Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We're doing pixel art. A new client has come to me with a commission. So this will be one of the first actual like paid commissions outside of like doing pixel art for subs and stuff like that, of doing pixel art for someone, which is pretty cool. I'm excited for this. I've obviously been doing freelancing for a long time now, like coming up on 20 years or something like that, or over 20 years. Around 2006 I started, so yeah. 19 years? That's a long time. Anyways, people have always wanted other things, and honestly, I never really buckled down to really learn pixel art until about, I don't know, 2017 or so, is when I started to like really pay more attention to pixels and the rules of pixel art and all of that. I had been doing pixelated art before that, and I had been doing digital art for a long time before that, and I had been making sprites that were high res and making game art and stuff like that, making 3D models and stuff. But now I'm to the point where people are turning to me for their pixel art needs, and I'm excited to provide. Pixel art is something that I love dearly. I always have. Even before I understood the rules and how to do it, I always loved pixel art. And it's kind of always been a dream of mine to be able to do pixel art for money. So hopefully there's more of this to come in the future. And yeah, so I'm excited for that. Anyways, we'll be getting started here soon. The ad starts about 30 seconds. We'll be starting after that. Alright, it looks like we are about back from the ads. Alright, so we are in Aseprite. I have a pumpkin head. It's Halloween season. It's about that time. Anyways, so the commission that I'm working on is really exciting for me, because not only is it for a charity stream, which is really cool, for Extra Life, and then, which, like, charities, you know, I feel like there's good charities and then there's not as good charities. Like, I used to work for a company that did charities, and I'd always felt like they were kind of scamming people. Like, they were definitely donating money and helping with the charities and stuff like that, but they also got tax breaks, and they also, you know, I don't know, it was hairy, right? It wasn't as clean cut as I was hoping to be, but from what I understand, Extra Life is a really awesome charity, so I am pleased to be doing something for that. And the streamer sent me these reference images, and we can take a look at them here. So this one, she said she wants a portal with all the characters coming out, very much like this t-shirt without the octogram or whatever that is in the Minecraft stuff, right? So rather than doing Minecraft, doing all these different characters here. So yeah, Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, and these are the poses that they asked for too. Ryda, or Rydia. I always called her Ryda. From Final Fantasy IV. Sora from Kingdom Hearts. We'll just take a look at each of these, I guess. Zoom out. Now, I never actually played Kingdom Hearts, but it's kind of funny to me that this is considered a retro game now, because I think this came out when I was in college or so. Granted, that was a long time ago now, so that makes sense. Zelda. I mean, Link, rather, from Zelda. Now, I don't know this character, and this is probably going to be the most detailed one, so I might actually start with this one, or Metroid, or Samus, rather, because I want to make sure that the pixel density works with the characters, and that they're all the same density, so we don't get any mixels or anything ugly. And Mario, of course, from Mario 64, and then Samus from Super Metroid. So we're going to be doing, like, pixel art versions of all of these. And it should be interesting. Hopefully I didn't undercharge, because this could take a lot longer than I expect, and you never really know until you do it. Got all these different Aseprite files open now. Alright, and then that one. So yeah, as much as I would rather work on Super Metroid, I feel like it might be wiser to start with this one, because this one clearly has the most like details that I won't be able to fit in any amount of pixel art, right? So making sure that we have the pixel density just right. Taco Crepe, welcome in. How you doing? I didn't hear the alert for that. I don't know why. We take those. We take those. What do we take? Anyways, everyone should check out Taco Crepe. They are a fantastic pixel artist. Welcome in. Good to see ya. Go to their stream, give them a follow, check them out when they're live. They've got all the talents and very much coolness all around. The first also nice Halloween costume, Rick. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. One time I actually had, you know how like people have those like plastic pumpkins they put candy in that have like a handle, right? For your trick-or-treating basket, right? I had one when I was a kid anyways. And for the longest time, I kept all my McDonald's toys in there. And I think we had 2 of them. And then when I got older, I started to shoot the McDonald's toys with my BB gun as target practice. And I thought that was hilarious. But eventually, I still had the pumpkin. And I'm trying to think what happened first. So I think first I made it into a hookah. And then after that, I made it into a mask that I wore. I think I wore it for a concert at one point or something. But I had to like cut out no, I didn't wear it because I didn't want to cut out the mouth. I felt like cutting out the mouth was gonna make it not work. And I did wear it at a party, I think, but because it had a hole in the top, and I put my dreadlocks through the hole in the top. Or have you been Big Lumbee adjacent all along? Nah, I'm possessed by the pumpkin, I think. That's cool that it lasted so long. Dude, I had that pumpkin since I was a little kid. Like, before I even remember. Before, memories came into my brain, I had that pumpkin. And it stuck around for the longest time. I think my dad eventually threw it out. But it was like an art piece. When I made it into a mask, I painted the whole thing red because it was orange. I painted it like red, but like, not just like one color of red, like blends of red, right? Like there's dark red in the grooves and then brighter red on the whatever you call them, the things. Pumpkin carving isn't a big thing here, unfortunately, which is sad because I know we love to add pumpkin to our cuisine. Interesting. So I've been mentioning this. I won a pumpkin at the grocery store last week or 2 weeks ago at this point, and I signed up for the rewards program on the app or whatever, and they let me spin the wheel, and it landed on a free pumpkin. So I have a pumpkin. I think I'm gonna paint Pyrotoad on it. It's too small to really carve. I mean, I guess you could, but I don't really like the idea of carving a pumpkin because then it's only gonna last for a couple weeks, right? And after that, it starts to look real ugly and like bring bugs and stuff. So I don't think I'm gonna carve it. I think I'm gonna paint it and then just keep it until it starts like gooping or something and then throw it away. Oh wow, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I haven't actually painted anything in a long time, so it'll be interesting. Also, like painting something that was made for pixel art, but then like, you know, making a painted version of it. I mean, it's a character. You can illustrate characters. It'll take some noodling for sure. But yeah, I'll probably post it on social media. Hey, I'm wearing the hat now. That looks actually pretty good. I was a little worried how the hats would work, but they work with the fish and stuff. So thanks for the hat. But yeah, you know, pumpkin carving is a lot of fun. I will give it that. It's just not the best medium to work with. I guess there are people that like they spray it with some type of like thing that keeps it, right? I don't know how they do it. Like paint it with resin maybe or something like that. I don't know. There's got to be a way to preserve a carved pumpkin, and I'm pretty sure people do it. But yeah, sometimes in for state fairs and stuff like that, they go all out where they grow the real big pumpkins, and then they not only do they like carve it, so like, you know, it's got like a face that goes through to the inside, but they'll use like a Dremel tool and like buzz away like 3D reliefs onto it. Yeah, like Bracco, I like doing relief carvings on pumpkins. Yeah, I haven't actually tried that, but it looks cool. I was actually just describing that. But yeah, also hi everyone. Hi Bracco, welcome in. How you doing? We're gonna be doing pixel art commissions for like this month because it's due at the end of the month, and there's like 7 characters and a portal, so like 8 different elements. And I'm going to try to work out the pixel density on the most detailed character, which is this one. And I think this is a good starting point. So what we're gonna do, something that actually Taco Crepe taught me, was to use a reference layer and then draw the pixel art over it. You're no good with crafts, but it's fun. Dude, I love crafts. Crafting is like huge for me. Like, I've always been into crafts, to be honest. Let's find the folder. Aseprite? No. This one. And then here's that one. So yeah, and as far as the resolution goes, I wasn't quite sure, so I think I did 196 by 250 or 192 by 256. Now I forget already. Yeah, 192 by 256, and I feel like that should be enough pixels, but I'm still kind of just guessing here. And then, so what else? There's a way to scale this thing. Oh. I'm trying to remember how to do it. There we go. So we can make it just a little bit bigger. Move it. Oh, that's a little bit too big, isn't it? We want to make sure we get the gun in there. So I'm probably going to mostly trace the silhouette and then some of the major details as well, and then from there I'll have to like determine how I can adjust the details to fit into the new pixel density, and it should be interesting. So let's change the opacity on the reference layer. I always go way too big when playing around, like 400. I should do that too. I always make a 128 by 128 layer, then end up doubling because it's too small, then doubling it again sometimes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to like science it out, right? That's the way I think about it. When you're first starting, you don't want to go too big, but you don't want to go too small. I discussed with the client that we're shooting for a medium pixel density, nothing too high pixel, and nothing too low pixel. So I'm gonna do the most dense or the most detailed character, give that to them and see what they think, and if they say like, oh, that's too many pixels, then we'll know, you know. And I might even send them like a halfway done to see if that's something that they want before I spend a whole bunch of time doing like noodling over all the details and stuff like that, because I don't want to waste any time. It's kind of a big project, and you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, I should probably start with the silhouette, but the face is probably important too, right? Look, it's already feeling like there's just not enough pixels, right? I don't know, maybe this will work. It's always hard to tell right away. But yeah, I haven't asked, how's everyone doing today? I'm very grateful that you're here, both of you, and I hope that you're both doing well. Has anyone ever said that's too many pixels? Actually, yeah, the client said that they were worried how things would look if there's too many pixels if it gets scaled. And I can agree, like when you have a crazy amount of like high bit detail going on and then you make it small, it just looks like it's, you know, pixel art, or it looks like a Photoshop drawing that is not at low res, if that makes sense, right? So it looks all of a sudden it looks lower res than it should be. There's like this weird like uncanny valley in between of being high bit and high res, right? Because you can have a really high res rendering where it's like 4K 3D modeling rendering and Photoshop it, and all of a sudden it looks like an illustration, right? Or even traditional media, but that's a lot more definition than even high bit, if that makes sense. But this might actually be a good resolution for the face. Like, I don't know. We might have to make some adjustments and do different things with like colors and stuff to make it work. I love starting on the face. Eyes are the big thing to get right. I agree. Eyes and mouths are like really important. And then like with pixel art, also noses, because if you can't get the nose right, it's gonna look off, right? So you need enough pixel density to get the nose right. I feel like that's a big thing. Taco Crave says, I slept at 6 a.m. and woke up at 9 a.m. so I might pass out anytime. Oh wow, yeah. That's only 3 hours, unless my math is off. So get some sleep, Taco. Don't feel bad if you fall asleep. Yeah, I gotta hit that character version of the character. Yeah. I feel like this needs a little bit more symmetry here. It could work for the face, right? If we turn off the reference layer, it still looks like a face. It might not look exactly like his face, but the hairstyle works and like it looks like a face. And we can do, like I said, we can do something with the colors. I'm just starting with Game Boy colors right now, and then I'm going to bring in all the colors, right? No color limitation on this. It's not for a game. I think each character should end up with a somewhat limited palette, but not less than like 16 colors for something like this, you know? But personally, I really like working with the Game Boy colors as a starting point, because it really forces you to pay attention to how the colors are gonna look in the end, and like where the variation needs to be, and that type of stuff. And honestly, I think I'm gonna switch monitors here, because it just felt weird on the mouse right there. And anytime it feels weird on the mouse, oh, that's not the right one. Anytime it feels weird on the mouse, I just switch monitors, because it's right here. And hopefully it works. Yep, okay. And this is gonna be much faster and not feel awkward. Thanks for checking in, Taco Crave. Appreciate you being here. That's interesting that I heard the sound that time, but I didn't hear the sound the first time. And thank you for giving me the hat. I kind of feel like the hat should have sound effects too. Or maybe just like one universal sound effect for the hats. Uh-oh. What happened to my thing? You know, I gotta pull up the tablet controls. Tablet. I forget what it's called. I should put it on the desktop so I don't lose it. Give me a second while I locate this the software for the XP Pen tablet, because I changed the controls for Clip Studio Paint, and now I need them to be back for this. I mean, I could just use the keyboard, which isn't a real big deal, but I kind of want to just hit the button, and once I find it, it'll be easy to switch. But where the hell is it? Maybe it's in the downloads folder. XP Pen. Well, I found the installer. Well, that's not it. Alright, it's got to be in my program files. No, I'm not seeing it there either. What was it called? XP Pen Windows? Stuff. I wish things were just easier to find in Windows. Alright, I think I found it. Or is this the same installer? It's the same installer. Let's see if it'll tell me where it installs it to. If I click on it. Okay, it's in Program Files Pen Tablet. I don't know how I didn't find that, but I'll find it this time. Pio, how you doing? Welcome in. What are you up to? Nothing right now? Right on, right on. How have you been? What did I say? Tablet something? Pen tablet? Man, I'm not seeing it all of a sudden. I see tablet, but it's not in there. Well, at this point, I think I'm just gonna use the keyboard because I don't want to sit here looking for it. I don't know why it can't just be easier to find. You've been good? Good to hear it. I don't know why it's not there where it says it's going to install it. I guess I'm just going to install it again. I don't know. Kinda dumb. You got commissioned? I did. We're making a group pose of 7 characters around a portal. By who? By a client. What, you think I don't get clients? Come on. No, I've been freelancing for about 20 years now. 19 years. We were doing the math earlier. And yeah. Restart later. Where is the thing? Alright, now I see it. I'm gonna make a fucking shortcut for... Oh, there is a shortcut for it now. That's weird. Alright. And so now I can set up the shortcut keys. This is what it was all for. Like, jeez. So K4 is supposed to be space. It is set to space. Weird. Wait, what happened to the file that I had? Did it close down on me? I think it closed without saving. Ridiculous. Oh, and it's not even in my oh wait, maybe this is it? Or this one? Ah, here it is. By who? Is it supposed to be blank? No, it closed down on me. But yeah, so something happened here. It got moved. I think it was there. But yeah, I was just trying to like move this by hitting this button, and for some reason it moved everything. So I don't know what was up with that. But now we can do things. Change the eraser size. Now we can get back to moving here. Sorry about that. For some reason, if the software wasn't up, the shortcuts weren't working properly, I think. I don't know. It's the new version of the software, so I'm not really sure of all the quirks on it. Nice looking. Ah, well, thank you. I am just starting out. This is the reference image that we're looking at here, and I'm just kind of figuring out the pixel density and the silhouette. I want to make sure that the pixel density is what the client's looking for before I do all 7 characters. But I think this will be about what we're looking for. Yeah, getting the scale just right is going to be a thing, but because, you know, smaller characters are going to need to be smaller and still have the same pixel size, if that makes sense, right? So I kind of want to start with the bigger ones with more detail and just kind of figure out how things are going to look. Also, I think this needs just a little bit more opacity so I can... Like, what's going on with those fingers? Is this a finger, that a finger, that a finger? Alright, so this finger is like kind of hidden is what's going on there. And it kind of gets lost. And again, I'm gonna have to kind of bounce back and forth because, like, what the heck is that? If I squint my eyes, I can kind of... Maybe it's part of whatever this is. I think it's like part of the gun, like the handle of... Because I think this is a holster. I think that's like the handle of the gun, maybe. There's a Magikarp in chat. One of the best Pokemon there is. Because it turns into Gyarados, which is one of my favorites. My brother had a fish that looked like Gyarados. He was really into the fish tank stuff. It didn't live very long, unfortunately, but it was a cool looking fish. I'd love to have a fish tank of just those and see how big they get. Now I kind of want to look it up. I think it was one of these. One of these here. They're pretty cool looking. I mean, they're also kind of ugly. Like, look at that face. But they're like very like dragon-like. Kinda eely. Dragon goby. Dragonfish. They get pretty big too, look at that. There's a Gyarados on the fish tank. Gyarados on the fish tank. He's a little shy. Anyways. No one caught the Magikarp, unfortunately. Yeah, you really gotta kind of squint your eyes to see all the details here. I changed from this Game Boy color to black all of a sudden. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm gonna go back to the Game Boy color though. I don't know, I might switch back and forth a bit. Oops. But yeah, it was kind of luck how I ended up with this commission, to be honest. A viewer of the stream does modding for another streamer, and they were looking for a pixel artist. And since I'd done something for a sub for this viewer, they were pleased with my work on that and recommended me. And here I am. Well, I'm happy with that. It's always nice to kind of network that way. Streaming has actually been quite helpful as far as networking goes for me. That's how I met Johnny Manjiro for Pyrotoad, which was like my last big job. And met lots of cool people, you know. Taco Crepe, Pio, Bracco, lots of great pixel artists. Infinite Metal, who plays my games. Easy Perp, who makes games as well. We met on this platform. The Indie Maniac, who raided us last night, met him on this platform. Now, I had seen him on Twitter before, but we weren't friends on Twitter. We became friends on Twitch. Indiana Crones, I met. I honestly started going to his stream and seeing him in my mod, the Electric Mindset stream, and that's where I initially met Indiana Crones, and then, you know, obviously seen them on Twitter for years and dropping into their stream. Seeing them drop into people's streams I was in. And eventually we started talking about playing Rocket League. We never actually played a Rocket League. Maybe one day we will. But last night we were playing Jump Space, which was a lot of fun. We've been playing a lot of No Man's Sky. On Thursdays we play Peak. So tomorrow we're planning to play Peak with a group session. So if anyone's interested in joining, feel free to let me know. I mean, we don't let just anyone in, but if you're cool and I know you, then that's good enough for me. We're pretty good about letting people in. Every once in a while we get a rando who shows up and just says, the first thing they say is, "Can I join?" And they'll have a really weird name like do your balls hang low, and we have to be like, kind of puts us on the spot a little bit, but no one in my chat is like that usually, so it kind of stood out. I don't know why people would make such a username and then expect people to like want to play games with them without even like knowing them. Like, it seems like they're a loose cannon, right? You don't really want a loose cannon on voice chat on your stream. I guess you could always mute them, but that's kind of weird too, right? So mostly I'm trying to get like the general shapes down just to make sure that things look good at this density. Yeah, I was hanging out in Indiana Crone's stream earlier. I've actually got them up on a second monitor now. They're playing this game called Mega Bonk, which two of my other mods have talked about. Taco Crepe has talked about it, and the Electric Mindset has talked about it. It's kind of taken things by storm. It's like Vampire Survivors, but 3D. And it's funny because when Taco mentioned it to me like that, I didn't quite visualize it, but now after seeing it, I'm like, yep, that's exactly what it is. And it does look cool. I'm definitely going to pick up the demo and see if it works on my Steam Deck before I purchase it, but it's only like 10 bucks, so I think that's part of the reason why it's doing so well. You know, clearly you're gonna have 10 bucks worth of fun, because 10 bucks doesn't get you much these days. Things are so expensive. The prices are inflating faster than, like, wages are going up. And of course, with like commissions and stuff, you could be like, well, why don't you just charge more? But at the same time, you have to get people to understand why you're charging more. And it's already expensive, so like, you know, it's a difficult thing. Especially when it comes to something like art, where it's a commodity, people don't necessarily need it. Granted, the world needs art, but the individual doesn't. A lot of people still view it as like a high-end collector product. Like, if you have extra money, then buy some art kind of thing. Obviously, for streamers, it's a little bit different because not only can you write it off on your taxes, depending on, you know, your country and all that stuff, the legalities of where you live, but it's part of your business, right? So it like part of your branding, part of your appearance, which is big, especially for content creators. But yeah, back in like 2006, I want to say, my mom was my first client, believe it or not. She was starting her electrolysis business, esthetician and electrology, and I did her logo and her business card, and she loved it. She was very happy with it. Honestly, I was happy with how it turned out too. Oh, Control Z doesn't work. See if we can't fix that. K3. Why is it alt? Control Z. Now it works. And then I think one of my second clients was a lighting professional. Now, I was playing in a lot of bands at the time, and this guy was providing lights for bands. And he was having a rough time because he was doing it because he loved it. It was like a hobby for him. He, you know, spent a lot of money. Decided that, you know, why not turn his hobby into a business since he had already spent so much money on it. And so I helped him out with his website and his branding, and it worked really well for a long time. Honestly, I was upfront with them from the start. I was like, you know, a lot of people these days don't really make their own websites anymore. They go through a third party. Because this was, you know, a long time ago now, and that was just starting to become the case, right? Where there was like Squarespace was taking off. I was using Format at the time, so even someone like me who was making websites for other people was using a site to make my own website with. Like, it was that much easier, you know. I still had my domain name, but I was using a third party to actually create the website. Wix was another one that was popular at the time. But for him, I was like, you know, honestly, the domain name is nice and it looks professional and stuff, but you could just have like a, you know, a Flickr account or like an Instagram or something like that and just send clients there, you know, because it's just photographs. You're like literally just posting photographs. But they were insistent on having a full-blown website, and I was like, all right, well, I can do that for you. So I did that. And, you know, I had actually been doing small commissions even years prior. Back in high school, I was doing a lot of band posters and stuff like that, flyers for bands. And I love doing that. So I think I kind of just did that stuff for free, to be honest, so maybe that's why I don't really consider that. But that was honestly part of the start of me doing freelancing, was just doing art for bands, logos, you know, coming up with concept art for them and stuff. Also, I was doing a lot of tattoo designs for people. Tattoos were really popular. I mean, they still kind of are. And people would be like, oh, I really like your art. I want it tattooed on me. And unfortunately, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you should really have the tattooist make the art that they're tattooing. It doesn't make crazy amount of sense to someone who doesn't know, but it's actually honestly a lot like pixel density. where when you draw something with a traditional media, you can have infinite resolution and detail, but when you're using a tattoo machine, you're limited. So trying to draw something that's highly detailed as a tattoo, it's never gonna look the same. You have to make certain compromises, and it typically looks worse because a lot of the times when you do a really cool drawing with lots of detail, it's relying on that detail, otherwise it wouldn't have it in the first place, right? So that happened a few times where I would have already drawn stuff and people were like, I want that tattooed on me. I'd be like, that's cool, you know, and they'd send it to their tattoo artist and they would do their best, and then it would end up not looking great. One of my friends even had it covered up because it looked so bad, and I don't blame them. Like, granted, I was really excited still that they had it done because my art was on someone's skin, but it was, you know, not as good looking as it should have been. And it wasn't the tattooist's fault, or my friend's fault, or my fault. It was just not meant to be. I also did some paintings for people. I remember I was putting a lot of effort into making a painting for a relative. It was like 20 years ago, and they just decided they didn't want it anymore, like out of nowhere. Like I had done all of this like preparation for it, and they're just like, yeah, you know what, never mind. And then they did the same thing to me with a tattoo. They're like, I want this tattoo of, you know, my daughter's names and my wife's name, and I want them all connected, and like, you know, can you do that for me? I've got this really great idea. I want someone to draw it for me. And I spent all this time doing that for them, and then they're like, yeah, no, I don't really want it. And they didn't pay. Like, if you, like, as far as like family goes, like, family should be more inclined to pay, and that it usually ends up working out the opposite, which is sad. People be like, oh, I get the family discount, right? Like, how about you're a family member, so you should be helping me because this is fucking difficult to succeed in. And that just never works out. Family's always like, oh, but I'm family. Sometimes friends can be that way too. Be like, I get the friend deal. So you know what I do a lot of times is, like, when I'm actually like really close to someone and they're asking me for a piece, I'll either do like some type of trade, or I'll just, you know, do it for free and say like, this is a gift for, you know, all the times you've been a friend or whatever. Or back when I, you know, used to party or whatever, I'd be like, yeah, you know, just bring a case of beer over and we'll hang out. But I don't drink anymore. Not my thing. And honestly, I'm more inclined to say no to a friend because I've been through it now, and it can add a lot of tension to the friendship. And you know, sometimes people think that they deserve an extra deal, or that you find out that they don't really think that you're worth what you're asking. And like, you know, if a normal client says like, oh, it's just art, and I'd be like, well, just find someone else, you know. But when it's your friend that's like, oh, it's just art, I'd be like, you know, I went to college for this, right? You know, this is my life, right? I'm kind of going a little willy-nilly here. I should be more or less working on the actual how is it going off the page now? What happened there? Everything got moved a bit. There, it's still going off the page just a tiny bit, isn't it? Well, 260 it is. Does the shift button? Whoa, shift button doesn't work either. Let's figure that out. K5. Right, now it works. Let's clean up this line here. There's a bit of a curve right here, so we'll start there. And yeah, angles like this are tough in pixel art because it starts to not be completely even if you look, and like that 1 pixel, then it's like 2 2 2 1 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1, and like if it has a repeating pattern, like it looks better, but to get the angle right, it has to like make up for it. And then if you change the angle, it changes the pose. So sometimes you just have to either change the angle and change the pose, or just kind of dither it out in the end, or kind of make the best out of it. Oops. I see what's going on here. This is a gun that he's like holding by the handle here. But yeah, I made some t-shirts for bands, made some general merch stuff for bands, a lot of metal bands. Every once in a while I would do like vectorizing someone else's traditional art, so that way it could be made into like a silk screen. Or in one case, one of my friends did a whole bunch of watercolor paintings, but they wanted them to be made into vector-based drawings that were black and white for a illustration in a children's book. So I did that. I did letterheads and business cards for a salon. Every one of their employees had custom business cards, which I thought was kind of intense, but that's what the owner wanted, and that's what I gave her. She ended up actually ripping me off in the end, which was unfortunate, but that does happen with commissions. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. She owed me for something that she just never paid, and then she found out that I was moving and just decided that she wasn't going to pay because I was going to move away, and then I wouldn't be able to come after her, or like, you know, hurt her business or whatever she was worried about prior, or whatever it was. I don't know. I was really nice to her too. You know, I tried to teach her how to use GIMP so she could make, so, because her thing was like, anytime I hire a new stylist, I need to make a new business card, and I'm gonna need you to do that. I'm like, actually, you don't. Moxie Cat, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you working on? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Rick. I am a pumpkin today, but I'm not usually a pumpkin. Well, yeah, we're doing a commission today. So this is one of the characters with the most detail, and I'm just trying to figure out the pixel density to make sure that it still reads like a character and that it doesn't have too much density, as per the client's wishes. But yeah. Hey there, welcome in Moxie Cat, Birch Twigs, good to see you, good to see both of you. Last playing Blank Sword. I don't know anything about Blank Sword. If you want to, you can tell me all about it. Or if you've got things that you need to do, I totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. But of course, lurks are always welcome. And like I said, if you need to eat, drink, whatever, I understand how it goes after a long stream. Cool, a Kickstarter project for Blank Sword. Let's take a look. Alright, let's watch the video real quick. The music stopped at just the right time. Well, I guess it didn't stop. Here we go. Wow, look at that art. Really interesting art style on that. Thank you for sharing this. And then, so you were playing the demo then or something? Oh, Seagoat, welcome in also. Good to see you. Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't. Seagoat makes pixel art for games. But yeah, this looks really interesting. I love the morel mushrooms. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Back to music. I think you would like it, Rick. I might, you know, honestly, I have not played a whole lot of RPGs recently. I was playing Skyrim for a bit there. But yeah, it's hard for me to like really devote time for RPGs these days. I tend to play more the games that you can like pick up and put down without like losing track of your progress. That's usually the killer for me with RPGs. Like I put it down, I come back to it a month later and forget completely what I was doing, where I was at, where I'm supposed to go. Oh yeah, that can be tricky. Oh yeah, the pixel density thing, yeah, for sure. It's pretty cool RPG roguelike hybrid, and they've got a Kickstarter going out right now. Wanted to give it a little bit more attention. Well, that's awesome of you to do that. I'm sure they appreciate it. Yeah, I was playing the demo. Great game, great vibes, great story so far. That makes sense. Oh boy, I have a great news about Blank Sword then. Yeah, is that sarcasm or no? I can't tell you. I can't tell. Does it have a nice quest log? Because I think that's what RPG games really need these days. They either need to completely remove the story and let you just do whatever the heck you want in any order, or they need to like have it logged so you can say like, ah yes, the last important information was given to me by this person, it's telling me to go there. Which is something that games do these days sometimes. But yeah, I feel like either way can be good. But I'm feeling pretty good about this pixel density. We started at 192 by 256, but we changed it to 260 because the gun was going off the page there for some reason. Not sure exactly how that worked out, but obviously I'm not done yet. Mostly I was just trying to make sure that the details would look okay, that you could still see its tiny little face, and that, you know, it still looks like a character. And it kind of does, so I'm feeling pretty good about this pixel density. I will have to send it to the client and make sure before we go on to the entire piece, because, yeah. Because if there's gonna be 7 characters, and this is the biggest one, that's why I chose this one. Samus will probably be about the same size, I'm thinking. The whole piece would be, you know, out to here, something, be like a 1024 by 2096 or something like that, or 2096 by 1024 or something like that. It's a pretty linear story, but it seems like it gives you a lot of breakpoints to pick up and put it down. Oh, I like this fella's absolutely enormous gun. It's a character from StarCraft. StarCraft 2 to be exact. I don't really know much about it, but from the characters that I've been given to work with, it has the most detail, and I think it's going to be the biggest challenge of them. So I just wanted to make sure that the pixel density worked for this one, and if it works for this one, it'll work for the other ones, right? But yeah, that is a big gun. Very 40K style. And I've just been kind of changing the opacity and just kind of busting out the general shapes and silhouette. I've got my XP pen, makes this quite a bit easier. I actually got the XP pen used for 300, I want to say. I think it was like 375 new. Yeah, I think this is messed up. It's so hard to see because the image is pixelated, like the reference is pixelated, and then we are, if we turn off this layer, it looks like this is a finger, this is a finger, and this. All right, so it looks like 4 different fingers here, and then this is just like a shadow of the hand or something. Maybe it's, I don't know, it's a blur. Hard to say. But yeah, I'm glad that you had fun playing the, or it sounds like you had fun playing the demo, Moxie Cat. So I'm glad to hear that. And like I said, anyone who feels like they need to lurk or check on their other streamer friends, I totally understand. No judgment there. And I just really appreciate everyone dropping in. But yeah, this is a commission for a streamer who's doing a extra live stream, and they wanted to kind of show off the characters in pixel art form for the retro games that they're going to be playing for the charity event. And then the music we're listening to right now is from Demon Fish Dead Ahead, which I've been working on, and is going to get a massive update next year, or I'll be working on it this year, and next year probably. I'm planning to double the amount of content for the game, and then release it on Steam for like $5 or $6. I'm not really sure on the price yet. I'll probably put it on sale as often as I can. But I'm excited for that. A lot of people have been playing Demon Fish Dead Ahead, really enjoying it. And it's a RPG, but it's like, oh, another raid from Indiana Crones. Welcome in. How you doing? I was watching your stream, by the way. I had you up on the second monitor. Garden of Indie, welcome in. Everyone should check out Garden's stream as well. Both Indiana Crones and Garden of Indie are both awesome streamers. They do fantastic stuff. I play a lot of games with Indiana Crones. They're super helpful as far as playing games and doing stuff, and they're just really cool person. Good friend. And Garden does a lot of different indie games that are lesser known often. And they have really good taste in indie games. So yeah. Oh, Ari Boobs, how you doing? Welcome in, Ari Boobs. Everyone should check out Ari Boobs also. They do art. Lots of shout outs for all the cool people today. Cardboard Tier, let's go. Welcome in, Cardboard Tier. Cardboard Tier is super cool too. They deserve a shout out as well. Let me get on that. Did I just delete everything? Sometimes I do that on accident. And Snake Eyes. But thank you so much, Indiana Crones, for the raid. You've been very generous with your raids. You just raided me yesterday, so I very much appreciate that. Everyone should check out Cardboard Tier. I met them playing, what was that game? The top-down shooter Heroes of Hammerwatch 2, and also Snake Eyes. I think that was the first time I played with Snake Eyes too. So check out Cardboard Tier, check out Snake Eyes. They're both awesome streamers. And we play Peak on Thursdays, so hopefully we're all getting together on Thursday. Garden plays with us, Cardboard Tier, Snake Eyes. We've all gotten down on Peak. I don't know who's available for tomorrow, but I will be there. It should be lots of fun. I really appreciate everyone dropping in. Yeah, Hammerwatch, which has an update next week. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm excited for the update. I had a lot of fun with that game, and I even started playing it solo, and then we moved on to Peak, and like I'm okay with that because Peak is really good, but yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with the update, and there's still a lot of content that I need to see in that game. But yeah, this is what I've been working on so far. I'm just working on the silhouette and trying to get the pixel density down before I really put all of my effort in on these pieces and make sure that it's okay with the client, because there's like 7 characters and a portal that need to be drawn, so it's going to be a big piece. Same, I've played a lot of Hammerwatch 2. It's great. Very cool. Yeah, you know, I played quite a bit of the original, and then I just I kind of stopped. I never finished that one. The emote wall, I don't know what that came from, but thank you for whatever that was. Birch Tweak says all sorts of incredible people. Absolutely. And I never mentioned Ari Boop's awesome stream. Well, I mentioned it, but Ari Boop's, not to leave her out, she has awesome skills in pixel art. Really awesome stream. She also plays a lot of Guild Wars, but she does a lot of pixel art, some really cool stuff. I remember watching her make these rainbow colored frogs, and now those are on her stream, and it's just so cool to like see the process and then seeing it in action, and it's a nice cozy stream over there. So if you don't know Ari Boops, definitely check her out. But yeah, thanks everyone so much for dropping in. And like I said, Indiana Crones, if you've got things that you need to do, I totally understand. But thank you again. And that goes for anyone. If you've got things you need to do, you were just watching a long stream, I get it. I appreciate all lurks or not, that's fine. Like, work on my settlement? Yeah, you could get some work done on your settlement, you know? Our rival settlements, Indiana Crones and I built settlements at the same time on the same planet on No Man's Sky. So now we're racing to see who can get out of debt first. I think Indiana Crones might beat me though. I always like forget to do that stuff. Also, I think I have 4 settlements now, 3 or 4 settlements. Maybe only 3. I've got Stinksville and Brokesville, and then I haven't named the other one yet. Or no, I think I have a 4th one now because I put one on the Mushroom City too. Yeah. It'll probably be another Ville. Oh yeah, Aribus was playing Valheim. That's right. Valheim is such a fun game. I was playing quite a bit with one of my mods, who's also a DM, Cryptic PK, and they had a server going. I'm not sure if they still have it going or not anymore. It's been a long time since we played on it. So I hope they're not still paying for it, because that can be expensive. But yeah, this is one of the first times I've used a reference layer. Not the first, this is probably the second time I've used a reference layer in Aseprite. I had no idea about this feature until I saw Taco Crepe, one of my mods, use it, and it just kind of blew my mind. I was like, wait, you can have a high-res image behind your pixel layer. It does some weird stuff. You can see like these pixels here, they've got like these jaggies, but that goes away. It's not actually there. So it's a little bit jank, but man, is it useful. I appreciate it with the jank. I'll take it with the jank any day, because it's just so much easier to do this kind of thing. Otherwise, you end up, you know, guessing on a lot of the shapes and stuff like that. And granted, you kind of have to make compromises with pixel art and change the shapes around anyways. But to be able to, like, spatially recognize where things are supposed to be is like a huge step up and makes things go a lot faster. But yeah, I'm very grateful to have so many streamer friends that that happen to all be here right now. That's so cool. Ooh, very nice. I love watching Valheim. I have 550 hours in Valheim. Dang, and it's been 2 years since I've played. I need to play it again though. So many updates. Yeah, I haven't really played with the new update. There's like a bear in there now, and it looked like there's a bear boss too, at least on the trailer. So that will be interesting. But yeah, I haven't made it past the mountains. One time I like drifted into the Mistlands and I was like, I need to get out of here. I don't know what to expect. This could kill me. I need to leave. Yeah. And then I started playing with Cryptic, and I think they killed Motor, but I don't think I was there for that. So technically I still haven't beaten the mountains. But it is so much better with a team. Like, I played it solo for a long time. I put at least 200 hours in solo. And it's insane how long things take solo compared to when you're playing with friends and you're all working for the same cause, or at least, you know, helping each other out, right? One of my favorite parts of Valheim is just sailing around. I find that to be so much fun. Killing the Kraken or whatever. Yeah, my peeps are fine. I should eat something. Be easy, friend. Yep, take care. I hope you enjoy your food. And friends who came with, and Garden. Are you singling out Garden? Don't do that. Yes, the sailing in Valheim is great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Of course, with multiplayer, it can be a little scary because you might glitch out of the boat. That happened to me once. But yeah. So I'm kind of squinting to see what this is. Let's turn up the opacity a bit here. So I think this is a thumb. So maybe it should look a little more thumb-like. Oh, and by the way, if you hear that sound, that's my hand farting against the plastic screen of my my tablet. Doesn't do it when I want it to happen, but sometimes it happens. It came with a glove to prevent that, but I got it used, so I didn't get the glove. The guy, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just like new, except I lost the glove." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, it comes with the glove, but I lost it." Yeah, the guy who sold it to me, he wanted to get into 3D printing, resin, and wanted to do like sculpting to make the 3D prints. And I was like, man, I would love to do that, but like the resin has like fumes and stuff, and I live in an apartment, and it's you know, it's like time consuming. There's fumes, and like, you know, but you know, the sculpting I can do, you know. And he's like, oh, well, I tried sculpting and it was too hard for me, so I'm just gonna print other people's models and stuff. So hopefully that went okay with him, but like, I'm pretty sure he had an apartment with a kid, and like, the fumes for that stuff is crazy. Don't cry, Garden. That's a cute emote, by the way. I jumped in the boat once at full speed. Bad idea. Yeah, jumping on the boat is not recommended. When I played by myself, I only had like the most basic boat, but then I was playing with these people, you know, and they were like all about like getting the fancy boats and stuff. Me, I would make one like cheap boat, get stranded on an island that's like wedged between the what is it, the plains and like a swamp, and all of a sudden I'd have like the worst of both worlds. I'd have death skeetos and like, you know, blobs and draugrs just like coming at me, and I'd be on this like little tiny meadow that's like right between the two, or like a little strip of black forest that's right between the two, or something like that. I remember going back there at least 6 times, and this was like a 10-minute sail on like one of the earlier boats, right? So, and like I had to go back there like at least 5 or 6 times to get my stuff, and I finally got it, and I just like I had like a little base there, but I just left it. I was like, nope, I'm done with that. Oh man, yeah, that stuff is rough. I tried a permadeath run twice actually, got as far as the swamp, but that was it. Game is so hard. Yeah, I don't think I could manage a permadeath run. I used to play hardcore on Minecraft, and that was fun because I wasn't taking it too seriously. But I almost always fall to my death in that game, so it's like at the same time, like, why play hardcore mode if you're just gonna fall to your death, right? And honestly, I fall to my death a lot in Valheim also, because making towers is like one of the biggest things that I do in that game. I just like making, like, as soon as I get the stuff to make castles, like that's the end of the combat for me. I'm just gonna make castles now. Because making castles, you know, that's one of the most fun parts of the game. Honestly, I'm a little afraid of going any further into like the Mistlands or any of the cool new stuff that came out, or anything after the mountains, really. Because the mountains are hard enough. You got wolves and stuff, you know? That doesn't have a neck yet. You got wolves and stuff, and the golems. The golems, man. I still haven't killed one of those. So now I'm just kind of outlining some of the shadows and the light forms, because most of the details and the silhouette are there. But if I make a line there, I can kind of, you know, determine where the different shades are. I do the same thing in pencil drawings as well. I'll do like a really light, like blob of where the different colors are, where the different cutoffs are. Of course, with pixel art, you can't do light, but you can kind of use the reference to differentiate between the stuff, right? So like this would be a highlight there, highlight here. And depending on how many colors you want is how many blobs you would draw. Gotta go crash. Have a good night, everyone. Well, thanks for dropping in, Cardboard Tour. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. And I'll see you again. Take care. I'll probably be up real late. That's just the way my sleep schedule is right now. At some point, I'll have to make some food. But yeah. All I had was a sandwich so far today, but I woke up really late. I think it was like 6 or something when I crawled out of bed. Maybe it was more like 4 or 5. I don't really know. I think these are like diagonals, like that. Maybe they're like vents or something. I'm not really sure. This is gonna be its own issue here, considering that it's like a symbol. So I'm actually gonna draw this in the bright green. I kind of like the symbol, at least how it looks all pixelated, because it reminds me of a millipede. I like millipedes. I used to draw millipedes all the time. In fact, I was thinking about making a millipede, like, VTuber model. But honestly, I should probably look up what this symbol is, so that way I can at least, you know, try to get it right. I never really played StarCraft. Let me find out what this person's name is. I had the references. Where are they? Jim Raynor. It's apparently a rattlesnake symbol. Raynor's Rattler. Let's see if we can find a better image of it. Ah, there it is. Look at that. It's a rattlesnake. So that's gonna help me to make it look more how it's supposed to. I'm gonna pull this up on the side here. Because otherwise I wouldn't have known that it's connected here. And that this is like a snake head. This way, even though I'm not like a huge StarCraft nerd, I downloaded it, StarCraft 2. My friend wanted me to play with it. I tried to play it. I was losing against the computer on the easy levels, and I kind of put it down after that. But at least this way, people who, you know, appreciate the character and the lore will at least think that I know that it's a rattlesnake, because I do. We'll change the color. It's just sometimes it's easier to draw when you can see that like the differences. Otherwise, sometimes it's hard to really comprehend where the different shapes begin and end. I want it to look like bones. Alright, so that looks pretty good. Let's change it to white here. That's the color it's supposed to be. I feel like the face should probably be the next thing that we try to to flesh out. Although there's some details that I missed here. Let's take care of those real quick. Oops, that's not the right thing. So for the face, I'm actually going to like try to use these colors as best as I can and just kind of blob in colors. Kind of like how you would if you were painting it. The way I was taught to paint was to you know, try to come up with the exact color, put it on your brush, hold the brush up to what you're viewing, like the still life or whatever, the live model, and not like right next to them, but you know, like hold your arm out and like kind of just like have it overlap in your vision, if that makes sense. And then like see like, oh, nope, just a little bit lighter, and then you mix the color some more and then check it again. Nope, a little bit darker, and then you mix it some more. All right, that's just right, and then you put it down on the canvas. But luckily with the eyedropper tool, it's a lot quicker. You just grab the color and put it down. And we'll have to go in and kind of make adjustments so it doesn't look too blurry and whatnot. Make sure it can kind of hold its own. But if we turn off the reference, you can see that it's already starting to look like a face. And this is the only one that has like a life-like figurative character. So this is the only one that I'll actually really need to do this kind of technique for. And like I said, we're gonna have to touch it up without the reference image, and that's gonna help to kind of determine how it should look. And of course, get rid of some of these real dark lines. But yeah, if you kind of squint, you can see that it's already starting to look like it. Karipu, welcome in. How you doing? Everyone should check out Karipu. Karipu's got an awesome stream. They do art, they do 3D modeling, and just awesome person. Very cool stream. Thank you so much for dropping in. What are you up to, Karipu? What have you been doing? I recently landed a commission with a streamer. They wanted me to do some retro characters for a stream. And this one has the most detail, so I'm trying to make sure that we get the pixel density just right so we can still see that it's a character and make sure it's not too dense, and make sure that everything works out before we go in and do all 7 characters that they are asking for. And so once we've got this one a little bit further along, I think I'm going to send them like the work in progress and say like, how does this look as far as pixel density for you? Thanks, you like it? Yeah, so we're really working very closely to the reference here. So I can't take full credit for the pose or the composition or the character, obviously, because it's from StarCraft 2. But this is what the client's asking for. So we're doing the best we can, and I think it's starting to look pretty nice. We will have to clean some things up here, and then obviously the colors. There's going to be a lot of colors, but there's no limitations as far as like what a game engine would want or anything like that, because it's actually for promotional material for a streamer. So yeah, gives me Gear of War vibes. Yeah, it's definitely like StarCraft, but yeah, I feel like it's the whole Space Marine thing is kind of a common trope, right? Gears of War. I was saying 40K, right? StarCraft, or what is it called? Fuck, my brain's just not working right now. Warcraft, yeah, 40K Warcraft, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gears of War kind of has that vibe. Pretty much any Space Marine, it's like a thick Doom guy, or like even like a almost like Helldiver, Halo. There you go. Yeah, I've been playing quite a bit of Helldivers. Not an indie game, but it's still good. But yeah, I feel like it's coming along. I think the face looks okay. That was mostly what I was worried about with the pixel density. Like, is it still gonna look like a face kind of thing? Oh, you play Helldivers? Very cool. Yeah, I don't play nearly as much as my I have a crew that plays a lot. I've been playing more because I've been playing with Indiana Crones, but I have another crew that plays a lot. And I don't have the least levels of that crew, but everyone else is like the person with the lowest is catching up. Let's just put it that way. And all the other people have passed me up already. So I've only played about 6 times, but it's really fun. Okay, yeah. I feel like with a game like that, there's like a lot to learn, and like you continually learn, which is kind of cool. and then they update the game, and then you have to relearn stuff, and then there's a whole lot of bugs, like literal and metaphorical, and it's a good game. I really like it. For being a AAA game, it's kind of surprising how much I like it, if I'm being honest. I was not expecting to like it so much. Oops. So now I'm going to just kind of get the medium colors in. Oops, that's probably not what we want. Let's put another pixel there. And let's draw another line here. Oops, missed a pixel. Yeah, but I'm glad to see you in here, Kari. I hope you've been well. Hope everything's been good with you. Have you done any more searching on your vacation idea? That's always exciting. I like never take vacations. In fact, that vacation I told you about when I went to Manitou, that was the last time I actually like went out of my way on a real vacation. Well, technically a couple months ago I went out to Arizona to see a friend. I guess that could be considered a vacation. But mostly it was just like a drive and like a week where I just hung out in Arizona. So yeah, I guess that's kind of a vacation. So yeah, I take vacations on occasion. Only a little. Right on. Oops. Let's get another line in here. Oops. I've mainly been doing homework all day, lol, because it's due. Oh, I know that feeling. I know how that goes. Back when I was in art school, I had to do a lot of like painting and stuff. And it would be like an oil painting class. And all the smart people would like do it right away. Me, I would wait till the last day. I would turn it in still wet. I would have to take it on the train wet. But the teacher did teach us how to do that, which is kind of cool. Where I basically took a cereal box. Oh, it wasn't a cereal box. I had to make something that was cereal box shaped out of other boxes because I didn't have any cereal boxes, and use that as like a shield, and then wrap it in like a Walmart bag. Or no, I used Saran wrap because it was tighter. So I like wrapped it in Saran wrap and like taped it down against the back wall of this little half box that I made. So that way I could like carry it on the train without it making a mess or like getting smeared or, yeah, it was a big pain in the butt though. Oops. Love it. The wrong button there. Well, I hope that your project is, you know, nearing completion. I hope that it's not too stressful for you. The ad guy, oh no. Let me see, what did I say? I said that I was, I had a oil painting class where I had to bring in oil. Oh, the ad's started right now. Never mind. Oh, I'm doing it again. LMAO, you good? LMAO, you good? Are you back from the ad? It says that the ads are over, but you never know these days. Sometimes it lies. I'm not sure if you missed anything, but I appreciate you letting me know that you were in an ad, because I would have totally missed that you were in an ad. You're back now. Okay, cool. Like I said, I'm not sure if you actually missed anything, but yeah. Basically, I was talking about this painting class where I had to bring in wet paintings because I was too lazy to do them quickly. Or I was a terrible procrastinator. But I did all my homework all the time. It was a, you know, a big deal. I actually did really well in art school. To everyone's surprise, I was on the dean's list, made the honor roll multiple times. This is an interesting little like mosaic style that's going on here, but it's kind of working. I feel like this shouldn't be so bright. That looks a little bit more realistic. So sad, can't say I'm not the same. Oh, about the procrastination. You know, I think that's just like common with people, right? I mean, like, motivation is difficult, and when you get closer to the deadline, all of a sudden it gets easier. So like, why not wait until it's close to the deadline when you actually feel motivated to do it, right? I almost made the honor roll, but I started slipping up last semester with my internship. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I feel terrible about that. I really wish that I could have given you that support as an internship. Yeah, I never had any internships when I was in school. I always wanted them. One of my classmates had an internship with Stan Winston Studios. He got to work on Avatar and Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls. Like, while he was working, he got to meet Stan Winston before he died, like the year that he died. That sounds so cool. Yeah, I was pretty jealous. He came back and did like a talk in front of the whole school about it. It was pretty cool. But he went on to do great things. He actually recently did the special effects for a film about basketball players called Him, I want to say. But he also did a big series, Fargo, the Fargo series. He did all the special effects work for Fargo. I mean, his studio did, rather. It's mainly just the fact that the whole thing was confusing more than anything. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, honestly, I feel like my college kind of dropped the ball as far as like final year projects and stuff like that. At least for my class. It just felt like they could have done a better job with the portfolio classes and the like the preparation for you know, like career counseling and that kind of stuff. Like, they just didn't do a great job. It was very disappointing. My career counselor, the last year I was there, didn't even talk to me. She was new, and she only talked to the freshmen. She didn't bother with any of the other students because she wanted to make sure that the freshmen, you know, that were there for 4 years, that she could provide for them. And she didn't care about the people who were only there for 1 year while she was there. I didn't even get to meet her. And the one before that, who quit, or I think she quit. She said that I was gonna be able to get a job at fucking like all these different gaming companies that hadn't left Chicago yet. And then all of a sudden, that same year that she told me that shit, the economy hit the fan and fucking all of these studios in Chicago's either closed down completely or just packed up their headquarters and stuck with one in LA. At least I'm in my last semester now, so I can actually do more stuff I want to do. That was kind of how I felt about my last semester too, where it was like the portfolio classes, at least I was like making the rules on what I was doing and stuff, but I don't know. They didn't turn out great, but the teachers, you know, actually my portfolio teacher tried to flunk me and my friend. He was a new teacher. He was just out of college himself. His portfolio was terrible, and he just didn't like us, probably because we smoked weed a lot. And he probably figured that out and said, you know what, I'm gonna fail these kids. But the dean liked me so much and, you know, knew me considering I was on the dean's list. And he straight up told the teacher that he wasn't allowed to give us Fs, that we were going to graduate, that we were going to pass. And in order to do that, we needed non-flunking grades in that class. So he was ordered to give us a D. So we both got Ds, which sucked because my GPA was so high. I was seriously on the road to valedictorian. I was friends with the valedictorian. Like a lot of my friends had like the little yellow ropes because they were like honor graduates, but I was not an honor graduate anymore because of that one D just fucking tanked my GPA. It sucked. Dane, you got with that one. Yeah, this guy, I honestly, I didn't know that he didn't like me either. The whole semester, he didn't like let us know that like he was going to give us a bad grade. It was one of those classes. It was basically a study hall. Just work on your project. And then one day, towards the end of the semester, he showed us his portfolio. That's like all he did. And his portfolio looked so bad. Like, mine wasn't amazing, but I at least had more variety than he did. Like, I don't know. All he had was like a camera flying through like a magical workshop is what it was supposed to be, like like an alchemist workshop or something. So there was like a spell book that like opened, and there was like some stuff like cobwebs and stuff, and like most of it was just texturing and architectural, and it wasn't very amazing by any means, and the camera looked really stiff and it didn't feel good, and it was just so cheesy and not good. There was some particle effects in there, but like it didn't look good. You could tell that he waited till the end to show it to us because he didn't want us to do that, think that was good, because it was clearly not good, and he even knew it. But yeah, surprisingly, only one student in that class moved on to be a game developer, or one other student besides me, and they did concept art. They were in the class for 3D modeling and animation, but they ended up doing concept art after school. They did end up working with Tool at one point, which is really cool. But for games, all they did was concept art. I was pretty jealous when I found out he got a job working for Tool, because I was like a big Tool fan. Actually, lots of students from my school got real jobs doing cool stuff. But I'm just happy that I'm able to work on games. I had to take it into my own hands, like literally. I mean, I've worked for some indie studios and stuff like that, but like mostly it was me making my own games this whole time, teaching myself how to do it. So I'm probably not even the best like person to be teaching people stuff, because I had to like learn it myself. However, it is important to learn how to teach yourself, because a lot of times, especially after school, like that's all there is, and you have to keep learning, otherwise you get left behind so quickly, and it just happens quicker and quicker with each generation. So every single year I have to learn more than I did the last year. That's just how it is. Interesting, they do say those who can't do teach. Yeah, that is so true. Buy your own bootstraps, absolutely. So, and like, it is amazingly true how that is. So every single one of my teachers was, well, except for like a couple, were like failures at their craft, right? So I had 2 3D modeling teachers who had worked in games, but only very shortly. And then they left the industry and went to teaching because they couldn't stay in the industry. One of them did games for Alzheimer's games, right? Like for Alzheimer's patients. So they were literally working with like a doctor that was like doing studies on Alzheimer's patients, and so they were like helping them make these games that were like experimental, like medicinal games, if you will. And after that, she went straight to teaching. The other one didn't really talk about her industry experience at all, but she did say that she worked in games. But she didn't have anything to show for it. She very well could have been lying. It was funny because I remember when she told us about LinkedIn, she's like, all of you should have a LinkedIn, but none of you should add me. She said straight up, if you add me, I will not accept it unless maybe years and years from now you're in the industry. The problem with all my teachers are that they are good and they keep leaving to get paid more in the industry. Interesting. Well, that's a good problem to have, I think. It's better than the opposite, where you're a teacher where you have a teacher that's probably going to lose their job because they're not doing a great job teaching, which is what I felt like I mostly had. I had one digital art teacher who was really good. He worked for NASA at one point. He was like a genius, and he was just literally doing it because it was fun for him. He liked doing it. He wanted to be helpful, and also he basically could get away with anything there. So like, why not? He like smoked weed with the students and shit. He was a cool guy. Or at least I heard that he smoked weed with students. I don't know. I don't want him to get in trouble over this. He was a cool guy. I think he actually moved to Japan. His wife was Japanese, and he spent a lot of time in Japan. So I think he moved there eventually. All right, so that's just too light. Give me more blue. That looks better. Well, I really hope that this density is okay because this is taking a while. But this is like gonna be the most difficult of the ones. Not only is it something that I'm not as interested in, being that it's like a StarCraft thing, but it's definitely got the most detail. It's the most lifelike, and it's just the toughest. Which is why I like to do the tough things first. They call it eating the frog, right? Where you eat the frog. Some people say you should eat the frog, some people say you shouldn't eat the frog. But I think you should go with whatever feels natural. And for me, most of the time, that means eating the frog. That's just all your online teacher. We had a teacher that just stole courses off of Skillshare and used their licensed assets to teach us. Jeez. I don't know anything about Skillshare. That's beyond me. But yeah, the one teacher who said that she had game experience but didn't like go into any detail about what she did, she was big on texture recipes that she found online, which was actually really cool, except that they're like less useful than like learning Like, what would have been more useful is if she said, here's a texture recipe for Photoshop. Now see if you can use it on GIMP. But they didn't even have GIMP, you know? It wasn't like they didn't care about GIMP, you know? Blender wasn't available, or no one knew what Blender was yet. Unity was unknown at the time. We didn't have a single game engine in the school. It was all 3ds Max, because that's what they had. In fact, it was an old version of 3ds Max because they didn't feel like updating it. Like, if I were to teach a class, like a 3D modeling class, I would take, you know, like that same thing, like take a Photoshop texture recipe and say, now make it in both Photoshop and in GIMP, and, you know, make up your own recipe for how you made it in GIMP, because that's really gonna help you, right? Just woke up from you saying don't eat the frog. Don't eat the frog, Taco Crate. You're having dreams. Don't eat the frog. Not the frog. Welcome back, Taco Crate. I hope that you I hope that if you're sleepy, you go to bed and find a comfortable place to rest your head, because that's the worst, when you sleep in a weird position and you have a messed up neck the next day. Kai says, from what I hear, most art colleges are a scam. Most people learn from the job. Yeah, from what I understand, all school is like a scam. But then again, I am not really the best person to ask, because I went to an art school, and art school is more of a scam than any other school. But it's just so expensive is the problem, right? The reality is that anything you can learn at school, you can learn on your own. It's just really hard to do that sometimes. And for me, it was the money. The money was a gun to my head saying, you better not fail. And it worked, you know? In high school, I slept or ditched like all day long, almost every day. It was one or the other. I hardly did anything. Like, I was looking at my grade reports for my senior year recently. I came across that stuff, and they were so bad. Like, if I hadn't gotten all the credits that I did in freshman year, I wouldn't have graduated on time. Like, seriously. The nap was phenomenal, though. I'm in a trade school, so I get what I paid for. So, like, I honestly, I don't know the price difference. And I honestly don't know what the teaching difference is, right? I mean, things change so rapidly that my experience is invalid these days. In fact, the school that I went to closed. It stayed open for like 101 years or 100 years. It was either 99, 100, or 101. I can't remember, but it closed. It's no longer open. They couldn't get enough students to keep it open. It was so expensive, and it was $80,000 for my 4-year degree. Now I think it was like in the $120,000 range for a 4-year degree. They did have good teachers. Some of them were, you know, relatively successful artists. Others, like I said, were failed from their industry, and that they were teachers now. My entire college is about 18,000, and most art schools are about 200,000 for the art schools. Wow, yeah. So the prices have changed a lot. But 18,000 for your entire 4-year degree, or if it could be a 3-year degree. I know people do that, especially tech schools these days. But either way, for a degree, that's actually a pretty good price. It's 2 years. Okay. So my 4-year degree, yeah, it was 20,000 each semester, was it? And then there was 4 years. I can't remember the math. I remember it coming to about $80,000 though. an associate's. Yeah, $20,000. Yeah, it was expensive. Not to mention, I had a dorm in Chicago the first year that cost $30,000 just for my portion of it. There was 3 of us that had to pay $30,000 each to live in this dorm for a year. I have trimesters, so I have 3 semesters a year. Okay. Yeah, I mean, all schools do things differently. And you know, honestly, I'm grateful that I went to school. I wish I would have networked more. I wish I would have made more friends.
Inconceivable.
Inconceivable, yeah, pretty much. I wish I would have found internships. I wish that the industry didn't implode. Some of the things were out of my control, though. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's not like I didn't have any friends. And some of the friends that I made turned out to be successful. It's just that, like, having friends doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna be able to hook you up with a job. You have to have luck also. All my networking now is on Discord. Well, in ways you're lucky that Discord exists, because all we had was Facebook and MySpace. And MySpace was kind of on the way out, and Facebook was more for people that were like, you know, went to high school together kind of friends, you know, like lived in the same town kind of friends, you know, hung out at the same places kind of friends. Not necessarily, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I had a lot of my college students on Facebook PU, yeah, but that was all we had back then. And it was PU. It still is, pardon my French. Yeah, say what you need to. No one's gonna censor you here, as long as it's within Twitch terms of service. But the other thing to think about is that, like, all of those college friends that I made on Facebook, I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of them are still on there, because when you're an artist, you kind of need social media, and a lot of them used it as social media. There's also a lot of students that didn't do anything with their art degree, and they're still on Facebook, and they post pictures of their family and that kind of stuff, and that's pretty normal too. But what I'm trying to say is that Discord is going through some changes probably this next year, and they might become very PU themselves, believe it or not. They've been shooting for a initial public offering, which means that they're gonna go the way of Unity. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what happened with Unity, but they went IPO and all of a sudden got shittier and shittier and shittier until they were so shitty that everyone said, nope, we're gonna go to Godot instead. I hate when that happens. That's what's happening with Discord next. So just a heads up, it might be good to get some email addresses, or to, like, you know, have multiple platforms where you have friends at, because nothing lasts forever, and Discord really wants to make money. I worry about it myself, but honestly, I haven't, like, sunk as much time into Discord. Like, if you look at my Discord server, like, I do spend a little bit of time there, but, like, and I have friends there that I'd like to keep, and I'm super grateful, but at the same time, I'm worried that that's going to become useless. I don't really want to spend hours and hours and hours of my life like trying to like bring people in and like make it the coolest experience so that people get, you know, addicted to it or whatever. Like, that's not my focus. My focus is to make games and to keep my game career going. And yeah, part of that means having a Discord, having a virtual lobby for your studio, basically, right, where people can come in, talk about customer service stuff, talk about testing, you know, treat the people professionally. Oh, we've got ads. Give me a second, I'll continue talking after the ads. You're back from the ads. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, I hate when that happens. Dang, well, most of the people I talk to follow on other websites. That's smart, you know? And honestly, it's probably a good idea to like keep a actual address book kind of thing where you keep track of people's names, what their website is, you know, what their studio name is or whatever after you leave college and people start doing those things. Come up with an actual list, whether it's like a spreadsheet on Google Docs or a physical list somewhere. So that way it's easier to keep track of your friends and people that you want to maintain networks with, because it gets harder and harder as the years go by. You have a Discord I'm in that is just a bunch of art homies sharing art and glazing each other over, and I love it. Dude, that's great. That's awesome. Like, I appreciate the art communities so much because there's a variety on Discord. I'm in a whole lot of Discord servers. Most of them are for game devs, but I'm in some pixel art ones too, and it's almost like sad sometimes because there'll be so much like, I don't know, favoritism, I guess, and like kind of like, if you're not well known then you're nobody, what are you doing here kind of vibe. And that sucks so bad because not only does it like push out like just regular, you know, art appreciation people who are interested to know a little bit more, or maybe they're trying to get better, you know, noobs if you will. Like, it also makes it impossible to network with the people who are like presented as gods, you know, because now the ego is involved, and like, you know, like, oh, you know, like, what are you even doing talking to me kind of vibe. Like, I don't know. I really like the Game Boy scene. The Game Boy developers are super kind for the most part, but there's also a lot of like hidden knowledge that just doesn't surface because people are afraid to like lose their leg up on the competition, or it's too difficult to explain. People don't have time. There's like all types of reasons why some information just doesn't surface, and that's difficult and sad. There's a person at Discord that worked on Love, Death, and Robots. Oh wow, that is really cool. I would definitely watch that. There are some really humble, big artists out there. It's not impossible to run into them. There's people out there that have been huge in the industry that still reach out, you know, on a limb to help noobs, and those are the people that I love to see. Like, for instance, I am a part of a game developers group in Phoenix that's really closely related now to the University of Advancing Technology, which is a for-profit tech school that probably takes a lot of money from students and kind of screws them over in the end a lot of times, because it's really hard to get a job, and they probably tell you that it's not, right? That's just kind of how those things work. Anyways, I was really grateful to be part of that group because they, during the COVID stuff, they had an online, well, I say during the COVID's still around clearly, but when everyone was doing online gatherings instead of in-person gatherings, they did an online group, like seminar with Ed Freeze from Xbox, from the original Xbox. He was literally one of the people who helped to make the Xbox happen, and I got to ask him a question, and that was super cool. Whoa, that's wild. Yeah, so it gets even wilder. The question that I asked him was probably the best question that any of them asked in the group. I might be a little bit biased, but I asked, what do you think about the future of the industry, you know, good or bad? And he said he's worried about the Spotification of the industry, and he explained it. And you probably already understand, but Spotify is, you know, where everyone goes for their music now. But if you look at how it actually pays the musicians, it doesn't pay it very well, like at all. It is so hard to make any money off of Spotify that even the huge industry acts, you know, Tool and all these other, they make their money off of doing live shows, selling merchandise, and selling concert tickets. All the big country music stars that are real popular, all of the rappers, any genre that has a huge, you know, rock star appeal to it, they're not even making money off of. I mean, they're making a little bit, but they're not making much at all off of people actually streaming the songs. And so the reality is that the gaming industry is trailing behind music and then film as far as industry standards and technological approaches to the sale and distribution. Music has been around for so long now, and it's kind of the front runner of how we're going to distribute technology. So, and then films follows behind it, right? Technically, CDs still exist. Technically, Blu-rays still exist, but no one really does that anymore. Everything's all streaming now. And Stadia was trying to do something very similar. Apple Games is doing something very similar. And now we have Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. And this, unfortunately, Ed Freeze thinks that this is going to be the next way. And he's worried about it because not only does it lower the income for the developers on a whole, but it shuts out a whole bunch of indies. If you look at Netflix, for example, there are like hardly any independent films on there anymore. There used to be a whole lot when Netflix first came out. And slowly but surely, they've decreased the amount of independent films. The only time an independent film gets onto Netflix is when it does really, really well by itself, which hardly ever happens anymore. Because even big, Sundance and big indie festivals like that are just either not producing as much good stuff, or there's just not as much interest. There's all types of things going on there where indies are having a lot of trouble not only getting funding, but even producing anything that people want to see. And there's so much of a push for all of this, huge series, FX, Netflix, Disney, whatever, Star Wars stuff, all of these huge IPs that independent films are kind of being forgotten about. And that's not on accident, because Netflix makes a lot more money off of their thing doing so well that they can sell it to other platforms, rather than paying to have an indie on their platform. Even if they don't have to pay that much for the indie to be on their platform, they still just make more money off of their own stuff, assuming that it does well. Anyways, right now there are indie games on Games Pass, but for how long? And we already know that the only games on Games Pass right now, or the only indie games that are on Games Pass right now, or Game Pass or PS Plus, are the ones that did really, 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 really well, that they just wouldn't, why wouldn't you put that on your platform, right? So in a way, it's great for that indie, right? If someone came to me and said, we're gonna put your game on Game Pass, what do you say? Here's a crap ton of money. Of course I'm gonna do it. Why wouldn't it? It helps the game, it helps me, I get the money, it helps the studio. But the reality is that down the road, that's actually going to hurt the industry as indies go, as far as indies are concerned, as a whole. Because the more we normalize and normalize the use of these streaming platforms for our games, the less indies we're gonna see that find success. I mean, sure, there's always gonna be indie games, but it's going to get harder to find success. We're at a really strange point right now in the indie industry where we're kind of riding out what is known as the indie glut, which started around like 2010 or so, when a film called Indie Game the Movie came out, and it started this crazy wave of indie developers. And I was already started as an indie developer before it, but I remember watching it around 2010, a year after I graduated, and thinking, oh my god, things are going to get way more tough real quick, because there's going to be that many more players in the game. And I mean, metaphorically speaking, obviously, not literal players in the game, because of this one film. And it changed the landscape of the industry entirely, and we're still riding out that wave. And right now, things are starting to die down again, because people are starting to realize that it's not easy to make money. The films or stories like that film portrays makes it easy to think that, oh, there's money in indie games, I should make an indie game, make lots of money, get to do what I love and make money. Would be great if that was true. It is like nearly impossible to make a healthy living in games. Well, that's wild. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that, especially with Game Pass and other subscription gaming platforms. Yeah, it's just going to get worse, and that's scary. And even Ed Freeze, who worked for Xbox to make the original Xbox, thought that. So I thought that was interesting. And honestly, it was like an answer that they already had. They didn't have to think about how they were going to answer my question. You could tell that they had answered this question to someone else before, kind of thing. Like, that's just their go-to for what they think of the industry's future. Which, you know, when you're that big in the industry, like, you think about the industry's future a lot. Someone like that has a lot more insight than someone like me, for example, where I'm just kind of doing whatever works, you know? I mean, in a way, my own perspective is so removed from the reality of it, right? Because for me, last year I had a job working in games, and it paid well. I had work. I was managing a team. I actually got to give people jobs. I was helping people into the industry that had never made a game before, helping them make their first game and getting paid well for it. You know, I was pushing for things like to have the testing for the employment opportunity to be paid. So that way, even the people who didn't get the job got paid just to take the test, you know, and that worked out and it was great. But at that same time, the industry was falling apart, massive layoffs, right? People leaving the industry altogether because they couldn't afford to stay in or they couldn't find work. There people realizing that the safety nets of their networks were no longer enough to maintain work because their friends would say, "Oh, I feel for you, but yeah, there's no work here either. We're probably about to get laid off." And then the next year they would get laid off. And this year we're looking at more layoffs, and layoffs are just everywhere now. So people are looking at the games industry and saying, well, this isn't what I thought it was. This isn't stable enough for me. It's so insane. It is insane, Taco Crate. It is insane. And in a way, I was really lucky to have that work. Or yeah, I mean, obviously I was really lucky to have that work. And for me to say like, oh, anyone could have a job, even I have a job, like that is not the way to look at it. I was extremely lucky, and I may never get a job as good as that again. Of course, I don't think that, but it could happen. Anything could happen. I think the goal here is to do what you love, right? You need to be passionate and do it regardless of the money. If you're not making the money, get another job. And as shitty as that sounds, and I'm someone that will be having to do this soon, most likely, that's just the harsh reality of it. It can be a hobby and a job at the same time, and you can switch from making money and not making money from year to year. Like I mentioned before on another stream, it's a lot like acting, from what I understand. I'm not an actor, but a lot of actors will be out of work for 2 years at a time and then go on and do the best work they ever did and get paid more than they ever thought they would the next year, because you never know what's going to happen. And it's all about who you know as well as what you know. There's so much luck involved. It's insane. Games are the same way. It's all about who you know. If you're in the right place at the right time. I always say luck is where preparedness meets opportunity, right? So you got to be prepared, and you have to put yourself in opportune positions all the time. That has to be your primary focus. And not only that, but you have to know what you're doing. And that's, you know, that's part of it. If you are in the opportune position, and you know, or you're lucky enough to land in an interview, you still need to pass the interview, right? It's crazy. It's crazy to me how much influence Silicon Valley deals with and stocks affect the gaming industry. Oh my god, yeah. It's weird, but like the whole industry is like riding on other people's money. One of the crazier parts is that there's actually a lot of like political stuff that goes on with it. If you look at like the majority stockholders of these big companies, for example, Tencent owns a majority share of almost the entire gaming industry. And if you don't know what Tencent is, it's a Chinese gaming communication company. Well, it's a communication company, but they deal a lot in games. But it's Chinese, so it's technically a government entity. So part of the reason, and this is speculation, but part of the reason why they're doing this is to get all of our communication data, or to at least, you know, have a say in the decisions that get made about how the data is handled. And it's not just ours, it's the world's data. They're interested in getting the world's data. And everyone's playing games. Everyone's communicating through games. And when they own a majority share, that means they have a control over the company. And, you know, it depends on the company, but they have control over a lot of companies. And it's hard to really think about. And honestly, a lot of these big companies, they can't even really talk about it because that would be shooting themselves in the foot. Insert Digimon villain PNG over your speech. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know much about Digimon, but yeah. Sometimes it seems very villainous. Yeah, the colors are taking a long time, but it's actually turning out pretty nice. Like, clearly some of these bigger chunks will have to break apart a little bit more. They need the data. Well, I'm gonna go to bed, Rick. Have a nice rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Karipu, for dropping in. I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, and hope your homework goes well, or that your project went well, all of that. See you around, Kari? Yeah, see you around, Kari. Oops. Man, my neck is starting to hurt. Give me a second to get a little stretch in here. Alright, that's a little bit better. Part of it, I think, is that I'm like looking to the left at this screen and also using the keyboard. Maybe I should just set up a key for G. Because that's part of the reason. Let's see here, what is it? I have them labeled on my thing, so is it key K14? K14. G. I think that's, oh wait, there's an I also, let's get that one. That is K6. Wait. Yeah, K3 is Control Z. This one's supposed to be I. Alright. That should help me a little bit here. Oh, you know what else? The K7 and K8. Yeah, control plus plus. Why is it control plus plus? Control plus. Whoa. No. Control plus equals, okay. And then K8. Control plus minus. Oh, okay. Right? Is that right? Okay. That is right. So it was, I think it was set up. This way I can zoom in, move over, select the thing, draw a blob, select the thing, draw a blob, and then G, and there it is. I, B, G, and then I, G, But yeah, Taco, if you're still around, when I was saying don't eat the frog, I was talking about doing the hardest thing first. Some people say not to eat the frog. Other people say eat the frog. Personally, I kind of find myself eating the frog more often than not. I think that sometimes when you do the hardest thing first, it helps you like learn more about what you're working with, and it kind of makes it easier later down the road. Where sometimes when you do the easiest thing first, I've found that you end up doing something that works for the first thing because that's the easiest one, but the same workflow doesn't work for the harder thing. And then you end up having to either redo the earlier stuff, or you have things that look vastly different, they no longer fit together, or it just can cause more problems sometimes when you have to rethink how you're gonna do something for the more difficult part of it, if that makes sense. But yeah, when I first heard that about eating the frog, I thought that was kind of a funny metaphor. As if like people eat frogs all the time or something. People eat tarantulas though, and that freaks me out. I don't think I would enjoy that. So maybe it would be like eating the tarantula. Also, I'm not sure if it's a great metaphor because like when you're like eating food, like what you eat like affects the taste of like what you eat next, you know, like with wine pairings and stuff like that, you know, like I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too much about the metaphor here. Yeah, for some reason that info registered to me. I think I heard it while asleep. Oh, right on. Dude, the other day I fell asleep. Actually, this was like yesterday, I want to say. I fell asleep watching Idiocracy on Netflix, and I like turned it on and fell asleep. Which is like, I never do that, but like I'm starting to do stuff like that these days, like falling asleep watching stuff. And my whole dream, I was like paying attention to the film, but it was in my dream, it was a rendition. Someone was like it was Idiocracy 2, but it had the exact same script. All of the acting was completely different and had different meanings, but it was the exact same script. I thought that was wild. But then it like shifted and I was like at some place where like people were watching the film. Weird stuff. I have some weird dreams. But I literally like woke up at the end of the film. It was like my background noise. Oops. Apparently that button undoes what you just did. I'd say don't eat the frog if you're still trying to build a habit. Eat the frog if you want to be optimal. That's probably good advice. I didn't think about it that way. If you're still starting out, then do what's easiest, yeah. Because you don't want it to like hurt your motivation. You don't want to like procrastinate. There's a whole bunch of reasons why people shouldn't eat the frog, I guess. You're right. I never think about those things. For me, I'm always like trying to optimize my workflow. And I kind of already know what needs to be done. And I don't know, I guess that comes just with experience. Oh yeah, I remember watching Life of Pi in the hospital and had a dream where I was Pi. It was so terrible. Though I did see studies about the media we consume affecting our dreams. Oh, I believe that 100%. I never saw Life of Pi. Was that good? I read the book. I did not see the film though. That's one of those books that like, how would they make that into a film? I guess with like 3D effects you can do anything these days. Like, was the tiger was 3D modeled then, I take it? Because how do you get a tiger on a boat with a kid in real life, right? It had to be a 3D modeled tiger. But if it was good, I might have to check that one out. Because I enjoyed the book. I'm not sure if it was good or not. I didn't understand it. Oh, I guess. Also, some scenes the tiger was CGI, but most scenes it was a real tiger. Wow, that's interesting. I'd be so terrified. Especially with what happened with Siegfried or Roy, one of them. Didn't one of them get eaten by a tiger? Or attacked by a tiger? Eaten. Probably not eaten. Maybe part was eaten though. Like, I love animals and nature and stuff, but like, fuck, some animals are just supposed to be animals. Like, let them be animals. They made the tiger thin by the end. I think that was CGI. Oh, I bet, yeah. Honestly, I hardly remember that book, to be honest. I read it back in college. But I remember enjoying it. And it wasn't super easy to understand, so I could see why the movie wouldn't be. Very philosophical. I actually had a philosophy class in college at my art school. It was kind of a joke though. It was a one-on-one class. This is the only one-on-one class I ever had. Other than like a guitar lesson. And the teacher liked me because I had him since freshman year. Every year I had at least had one class with him. And he also liked me because I took both film and society classes, which you didn't have to, I think. The first one everyone had to take, but the second one was like an optional one, I'm pretty sure. And he took those classes very seriously. He was really into film. Yep, watched it in high school, and I think I wasn't mature enough to understand it at the time. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. But yeah, having a class with just, like, being the only student in a class was, like, really tough for me. I did not like that at all. I was used to, like, getting by, like, you know, like, not having to pay attention 100% of the time. You know, learning on my own when there was something that I didn't catch, and like not having to be the person with my hand up answering all the questions. But in this case, it was like a conversation for the whole class. But also, he would like let me leave like super early. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, we talked about this for 20 minutes. Well, you can leave if you want. I know that it says it's an hour-long class, but you can leave. It's been 20 minutes." And then I'd be like, alright. My train doesn't leave for another 2 hours, but okay. See you later. That didn't look good. But yeah, I'm definitely eating the frog now. And in a way, it could be a bad mistake because the client might be like, "Oh, that's more detail than I wanted." And I'd have to do it over again. But like I was saying before, getting the pixel density right on this character is going to be the hardest part to make sure that it looks like it's supposed to, so it still has the likeness. And I don't think we could maintain the likeness if it was any less dense, unless we like simplified its face. But she particularly showed a picture of SNES graphics and was like, "Let's try to stay away from this." Which was super helpful for me because honestly, I wasn't sure exactly what they wanted until they were like giving me precise examples. And now I feel like I know exactly what they want. And I think this is about the right density. I mean, I'm a little worried that it's too dense. But it just wouldn't have the same detail if it didn't. Like, look at the face, you know what I mean? It already almost looks too blocky to be a face. Like the mouth and the nose and the eyes, like. But yeah, this is taking a bit of time, but the other ones shouldn't take nearly as much time even at the same pixel density. Because there's less of a 3D rendering approach. I imagine if it's just one person class, it's easier to finish the lesson quickly. Yeah, exactly. It went by really quick. But yeah, it was easier on the teacher and rougher on me. But Taco Crepe, if you're still here, I bought PicoCAD on sale for the autumn sale. And I'm excited to play with that. I'd been looking at it for years, and you know me, I love the 3D stuff, but I've also been kind of cheap about purchasing stuff like that where I'm not sure if I'm going to use it, or, you know. How cool would that be to make a game out of all Pico 8 models? Or PicoCAD models? Did I say Pico 8? PicoCAD models. It could be done. But I guess they're coming out with PicoCAD 2. So that's probably why it's on sale. But if I really like PicoCAD, I might think about getting PicoCAD 2. I think someone did that. Most of their 3D models were made using PicoCAD, which is insane. I mean, if it's like not a huge game, it wouldn't be that insane. But yeah, if it was like a really big game, that might be insane. But I mean, you gotta make models somehow, right? And I don't think PicoCAD is like slow. I mean, I haven't played with it yet, so I could be wrong. But I don't know. Blender is pretty quick as far as like time spent goes. Robin the Who, heyo heyo Rick, welcome in Robin the Who, good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? We're just making pixel art for a commission here. A streamer asked me to make some pixel art for a Extra Life charity stream event. So we're doing retro characters. This is a StarCraft 2 character. And I'm sticking pretty close to the reference and doing the toughest one first. Here's the reference. And here's what we have so far. So I'm sticking pretty close to the reference. And then working on mostly trying to make sure the pixel density is where we need it to be before moving on to any other characters. Because this is the most detailed and will rely on detail the most. So having the pixel density just right for this character is going to make a big difference on how the rest of the project goes. So I figured it would be good to start with this one. Ooh, it's coming along nicely. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a big piece, but we have been at it for 3.5 hours, so but thank you, I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm doing a lot with the reference and just kind of right now coloring it, just taking samples and then coloring it and sampling it, coloring it, sampling, coloring. Lots of that going on right now. And I'll have to go through and kind of do the same thing with the outline that I drew, and adjust the colors depending on what it needs. And then also I'll have to like fill in the gaps that I've left behind. So there's still a lot of work to be done on this. But like I said, this is like the most rendered version or rendered character on there. Some of them are also kind of rendered, but not nearly as rendered as this one, where it has like the metallic surfaces and gradations and the lifelike face. And some of them, you know, like Mario is one of them, and like Samus is one of them. Actually, I wanted to ask about the frog juggling piece one bit. I have this faint memory of seeing this poster with a cat, and I was wondering if that was the reference inspiration you used for that piece. No, actually, I did use a lot of references, but none of them were of cats, and I'm not familiar with that particular piece. If you happen to be able to find it easy, I'd love to see it, but if not, that's not a big deal. I didn't save any of the references, unfortunately, so I couldn't show you exactly. I might be able to look them up real quick because I kind of remember what I wrote. I think it was like Juggler Hall of Fame images. Let me real quick just kind of see if I can find some images. I'm not sure if I can find the exact ones, but here, this is a very similar thing, right? He's got all the rings that he's spinning around. This one, she's balancing a bunch of just random stuff. Oh, this was a reference that I used for sure. But yeah, mostly I used real images. And then I found pictures of frog people, and kind of put them together. I like took the best ideas and mixed them together. I saw that poster years ago, and seeing your piece unlocked a memory in my brain. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Sadly, I don't have it either. I tried to look it up but couldn't find it. Those are such sick photos. Cool. Well, that's interesting that unlocked a memory for you. Someone else in the stream while I was drawing it said that they recognized it from their dream, which I thought that was interesting. Those are such sick photos. Oh yeah, I mean, they were like from the Juggling Hall of Fame or something, juggling world records and stuff. And it's just crazy to me to think like they didn't even have video back then, so it's kind of lost. You can only just imagine what it would have looked like. And I'm sure seeing it live would have been way more mind-blowing. But those images are mind-blowing in themselves. So yeah. Crazy. Oh, thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. Oops. But yeah, I mostly do game dev here. Sometimes, every once in a while, I can do a client piece on stream. Honestly, for like the last few years, that hasn't been the case because one of my clients is more of a bigger client that doesn't want to be known, kind of thing, and the stuff that I do is usually under NDA, and they're like a big YouTuber with millions of subscribers, so they get kind of weird about other people. They're worried other people are gonna steal from them and that kind of stuff. So, but this particular streamer said that it was okay that I streamed it. So that's pretty cool. I won't say who it is because it's a client, so after it's done, you'll be able to figure it out because I'll probably repost it or whatever. But until then, it'll remain a mystery. I don't know, I just don't think it's a wise idea to say who your clients are. Until like you're done with the piece, at least for a pixel art commission. Because people might come in and try to snake your clients. You never know, right? I'm not saying that you would do that, but I wouldn't put it past some other people that drop in here from time to time. Just saying. Robin would do it. Oh, I'd do it. All right. Reveal who it is right now. This is a stick-up. They're a pretty big streamer. I've dropped into their stream a couple times, and I've done something for them before because of a viewer who, because I was doing pixel art for subs, and they wanted me to do something for the stream that they moderate, and so I did, and that viewer got me this client. So it's kind of funny how it all works. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, streaming has actually been really beneficial for me as far as finding work. The last big job that I was doing, Pyrotoad, is a game that I made, and it's on Steam. You can wishlist it; it'll be out in November. The game designer found me while I was streaming because I had posted that I was playing their game on Twitch. And they found me, and then they realized that I was an artist and game developer that was doing Game Boy stuff. They wanted to do Game Boy stuff, and they said, "Oh, maybe we should work together." And it worked out, and we made the whole game together. Had no problems whatsoever, which was really cool. Let me wish list. Oh, cool, yeah, wish list. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me pull it up. I think I have a. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing here. Got too many keyboards. I think I have a thing for it. Yeah, there it is. I slept more, so we kind of go. Well, right on, right on. I'm up 5. Up 5 what? Up 5 hours? Oh wait, how's your day with 3 hours of sleep? Okay, I got you. I missed that part. Yeah, so there's the Steam link if you want to wishlist it. The demo is there. If you're more interested in the ROM, there's a ROM on the itch page where you can put it on an emulator or play it in the web build if that's what you'd rather do. But yeah, if you have any feedback, I'd love to hear it. It is a challenging game. I will just throw that out there. It was meant to be a challenge. The game designer, the level designer, makes ROM hacks for Super Mario World that are very challenging, Kaizo-like, if you will, and that was the goal, was to make something that would be fun for people who play those types of things. And so far, the feedback has been really good. We put it on. I'll play the demo and give you feedback for sure. Thank you, I appreciate it. Challenging is fun. Hey, if you like platformers that are challenging, this might be right up your alley because it's too tough for me. I could not beat the game. I got to like level 33 out of 35 or so, 34 maybe, or I'm sorry, 32 maybe. And it is a tough game. I was gonna pull up Newgrounds. I made the mistake of not having the mature content turned off last time I pulled up Newgrounds. Not gonna do that again. Oh, I have to log in again. What's up with that? Oh, and now it's sending me a password to Gmail. Oh, I got a message from someone. Congratulations, Rick Oakland. You have been invited to participate in the private voting panel to decide the best of September. Interesting. Browse the nominees and select your favorites. Is that real? It is. Interesting. Never had that happen before. But yeah, we put the demo up on Newgrounds, and it did some numbers. It actually did really well on Newgrounds. 7,889 views with a rating of 3.86 out of 5, 44 favorites, 200 people voting. People have liked it. And I haven't read all of these comments, so these last 3 I haven't read. Good game in terms of art, code, and level design, but the premise of having to go all the way back through a level after getting the key isn't exactly a winner. Especially when going through the level the first time involves so much dying and restarting because you didn't know you need the fireball up ahead. So they gave us a good rating though still. Is that 4.5 stars? This person said it was amazing, 5 stars, amazing demo. Your game really emulates the style of Game Boy Color games. That's because it is a Game Boy Color game. But yeah, they said 5 stars. This game is amazing, amazing. So yeah, lots of good comments. Not all of them were good. We did get some that were less than good. All right, sometimes it's kind of hard what to do since things are designed in a way that doesn't make it obvious and the controls are a bit clunky at times, but they still gave us 3 stars, which is better than less, right? The style is cool. The plot is unclear, although it probably doesn't matter. It's just a simple platformer. 4.5 stars. Nice demo here. The platformer style was a plus. Here's some good visuals on this one. Anyways, good stuff. 4 stars. Here, what are they trying to do here? This is not a question. I really don't care. Someone else gave him hard eyes. I gave him the RLOL, which that was me. But someone else gave him the hard eyes. Decent. The graphics are good. The soundtrack is memorable. Very challenging. Yeah, so I'm not gonna sit here and read all the comments, but people have been enjoying the game, so I'm pleased of that. Damn, the numbers are good. Congrats, Rick. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So although I've never played anything Kaizo like. Ah, okay. Well, it's pretty straightforward. Basically, it's just very challenging. But yeah, the game was on the front page of Newgrounds for a whole month or so. I'm not sure if it's still on there. I kind of stopped looking, to be honest. Let's see. It's still on there, but it's towards the bottom. It's not like right there on the featured page. It's like what, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 times 3 down. Yeah. So was that 28? It's like 28th place on the featured games. But hey, that's still pretty good. It's right next to a game that's featured on itch right now. So I don't know if that tells you anything. I've never been featured on itch. I don't know why, but none of my games ever get featured on itch. But this Shred Mill by Froghammer is right next to Pyrotoad, and I can show you. Shred Mill by Froghammer. I don't know if that's a funny name. Frogrammer, not Froghammer. Frogrammer is featured on itch. I've been seeing that. So that says something, I guess, right? Ads. Oh no. Soundtrack's really good too. Thank you. I appreciate that, Taco Crave. Dang, being featured on itch is sick. I imagine it is, but I have not ever had that opportunity. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break myself here to get some water. Oh, you're back already. Well, being featured on itch, I would love to one day be featured on itch, but that has not happened yet. One day, perhaps. But I am gonna take a quick break because I need to get some water, and I haven't actually taken a real break since we sat down. So we're at like 3.25 hours in. So I appreciate everyone hanging out, and if you gotta go, I totally understand. But we're gonna be back in a short while, less than 5 minutes, and I'm just gonna munch on something real quick, use the bathroom, fill up on water, and then we'll be right back. So thanks again, everyone. I'll be back. All right, I am back. I forgot that I was a pumpkin. I looked at myself and I was like, what? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a pumpkin. But yeah, I'm gonna sip on this tea real quick here. I still have some from before. It's decaf green tea, so probably a good idea at 3 in the morning. But in all honesty, I don't think I went to bed till 8 a.m. yesterday. So, I mean, at some point I need to like sit down and actually make dinner. I have this pizza dough that I made yesterday. I've been making gluten-free pizza dough. I can't eat gluten, and frozen gluten-free pizzas are like fucking way too expensive. So I've been learning how to make the dough. I used to make regular pizza dough all the time, but then the whole gluten-free thing is like a bit of a intimidator. And so yeah, I've been figuring it out, and I made like a whole bunch actually 2 days ago, now that I think about it. No, that was yesterday, wasn't it? It was yesterday. Okay. Well, technically it's 2 days ago now. Anyway, so I made all of this dough, and I like ran out of flour while I was making dough. This isn't the first time it's happened to me before. Back when I was making regular pizza dough, it happened to me too. And there's nothing you can do to fix it, right? So what I did, right, was I realized that I was gonna run out of dough or run out of flour before the dough was the right excuse me, the right consistency. I need to sip this water. Excuse me. And so what I did was I portioned out just the section that for one pizza, because I was making like fucking enough dough for 4 pizzas. I sectioned off just one, and then used the rest of the flour on that one to bring it to the right consistency. And then the rest of it I scooped into like a Tupperware container, like an old yogurt container. And it's like exploding now because the yeast has risen, and the dough has risen, and so I was looking at that in the fridge, and it's just like starting to explode. Like I burped it earlier, and that didn't help because it looks like it's just the lid's just gonna pop off. I should probably portion it into 2 containers, but I think I'm gonna use some of that for dinner. That's the whole reason why I brought it up. Because it turned out really good, actually. I was really impressed with how it turned out. And today I got some xanthan gum, which should help make it more sticky, which is like a huge issue when you're using gluten-free flours. It's like wet sand. I keep saying that. It really feels wrong compared to like how like dough should feel. It's almost more like a batter, but like a really light batter, like cupcake batter or something like that, where it's like almost like a liquid. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't get any parchment paper. I should have gotten that, because I've been flouring the pan, which helps as long as you're already using like a lot of flour in the dough. But using parchment paper really helps prevent it from sticking, which has been an issue. I've had to like cut off parts of the dough that stuck. But it's been an adventure. It's not super cheap, but it's cheaper than buying frozen ones, because they're like literally they were on sale for $12 or $12.99 on sale. Like, come on, and they're tiny. They're smaller than like a regular frozen pizza. I want to try that dough though. It actually tastes really good. Because I really like cauliflower rice. So I haven't actually done it with cauliflower yet. I mean, I've had frozen ones that are made from cauliflower, but I've been using tapioca starch, garbanzo fava flour, and like a mix that's like pre-made, and I'm not sure exactly what's in the mix, to be honest. But yeah, the mix is really expensive, while the garbanzo fava is the cheapest, I think, and the tapioca flour is pretty cheap too. So I've been mixing them together to like kind of even out the price as well as the consistency, because you get this really weird like sandy, like grainy effect from the flour mix. It's not great, but it's not terrible. I don't know, it's edible. But I would like to get into doing the cauliflower stuff. I think you need a ricer for that. I think that's how you do it. I don't know exactly what that is even. One day, if I get some more commissions, I'll splurge on some baking stuff. Maybe get a pasta maker that can handle gluten-free pasta. That would be cool. I learned how to make pasta when I was in Italy. This old nonna who was a maid at this mansion taught me how to do it. My teacher was friends with this rich person, so while we were there, we hung out at this mansion. It's one of the craziest nights I ever had, to be honest. It was such a nice house. They had their own courtyard, and it was like the living room. It felt like you were in the living room. First of all, there's not a lot of flying insects in Italy, especially at this time of year in the summer that we went. It was just beautiful. The weather was perfect. There was no rain or anything, so we were eating outside. That's what they did, you know? They had this big dinner table that could fit 16 people outside, and we made the pasta for dinner, and then we ate it, and they had like these, you know, hanging lights draped over it. It was like we might as well have been inside. It felt so cozy in this like courtyard, like a tiled courtyard, and like stone tile, and it was just so cool. They had one of those like reflecting ponds where it's like it's a pool, but it's made for just so the house looks nicer. It's not for swimming. It's like a fountain, but it doesn't have a fountain. It's just a pool that reflects. It was interesting. They had like this long drive with cypress trees all the way down it. It was on the top of a Tuscan hill. So we all got dressed up and learned how to make pasta in our dress clothes, and drank lots and lots of wine. Oh man, wine all day long. But we were doing that anyway that whole trip. We probably spent, like, between all 11 of us, we probably spent like at least $4,000 on wine, like just to be drunk there. We also spent a whole bunch sending wine home. I spent at least $2,000 sending wine home, because we went to this place that makes Brunello, which is like a wine that's only made in like one county. And it was the best wine I ever had, quite frankly. But yeah, the reason why we went there was to go to, we did Tuscan landscape painting, and that was super cool. Taco says, I'm not sure if I'm just unaware, but are cauliflower dough / rice a new thing? Because I assume since there's a bunch of gluten intolerant people in US, there should be special kitchen appliances made to handle these ingredients. Honestly, I don't think cauliflower dough / rice is new, but I think it's become more prominent because of the gluten intolerance thing. Let's see here. The AI overview, which we can't always trust, says cauliflower dough for pizza crust first appeared around 2009 when a blogger on the site Your Lighter Side is credited with creating the first recipe, and the idea gained significant popularity in the mid to late 2010s with the rise of gluten-free trends and the launch of companies like Cauliflower Foods and Caulipower. I've actually had a Caulipower pizza and it was good. The inspiration was Van Eaton's innovation involved swapping rice flour for riced cauliflower in a gluten-free pizza. Yeah. I see, they sound good though. Now I want pizza. Wait, I'll grab one. So cauliflower dough pizza is good. It's just different. And you probably want to cook it a little bit longer than you would think. Because it's real chewy when it's not cooked. If it's well done, then it's crispy and it kind of crumbles and it's almost like a cracker. But it tastes better that way. When it's underdone, it's very chewy, floppy. If you pick it up, it flops down, kind of thing. It doesn't have the rigidity, if that's a word, the rigidness of what you would expect pizza to have. You kind of need to fold it like a New York style. Let's learn how you make it. How to make cauliflower dough. Let's see. Dry steamed cauliflower. That's pretty much all I got so far. Wash and dry a whole head of cauliflower thoroughly and chop finely. Place finely chopped cauliflower into a food processor. Add water and salt and blend until smooth. Store in an airtight container in the fridge. Use as desired. Ah, so you can do it with a food processor. I have many food processors. And it's considered generally to be more healthy than traditional flour because it's lower in calories and carbs, higher in fiber, gluten-free, and packed with vitamins and antioxidants from the cauliflower. However, the overall healthiness depends on the ingredients and preparation, as some brands use refined grains, cheese, and oils, adding calories and carbs. I'm gonna have to try this now. This one recipe doesn't even say you need to it doesn't even say you need to dry it. Oh wait, it says dry it. Process cauliflower florets until they... I'm just gonna pull this up on screen so we can all read it here. Process the cauliflower florets until they have a rice-like texture. Pulse the cauliflower florets in a food processor until they have a fine rice-like texture. This will ensure the rice cauliflower steams quickly and that it mixes evenly with the binding ingredients. So I don't have a steamer, but I do have a crock pot. Maybe I could slow cook it. Dry the steamed cauliflower well. Katie likes to drain the steamed cauliflower on a towel to get all the moisture out. Once it's cooled, you can squeeze the cauliflower in the towel to remove excess moisture. Working the dry cauliflower helps prevent a soggy crust and ensures the crust holds its shape and bakes up crispy. Use mozzarella and eggs to bind the crust mixture. So eggs is something that I haven't done either with the gluten-free pizza. I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe I should just add eggs. I added to my waffles because I like eggs in waffles. But that's more of a batter, so that's a different vibe. But using mozzarella, interesting. I haven't thought about putting mozzarella into the dough either. But that would probably depend on what type of mozzarella you use also, right? Like real mozzarella or like shredded mozzarella or like sliced mozzarella, you know, like obviously you wouldn't want it sliced. Maybe you would process it in the food processor with the cauliflower. I don't know. Add seasoning, a mixture of oregano, garlic powder, and salt to the cauliflower mixture. I like to do salt and thyme. I like to grind up thyme and put that in my pizza dough with some olive oil. Sometimes I'll use oregano. Honestly, I don't even have any oregano right now. It's not something that I require. It's good. I don't like turn it down, but it's not required. And also I worked at a pizza place for a few different pizza places for a long time, and I got kind of sick of oregano because it's just like always there. Like basil's really good, but like I really like fresh basil, so if I'm gonna do basil I might as well get the fresh basil, you know? And then I eat it all really fast because it molds quickly, so it's like then I get kind of basiled out. I don't know. It's not necessary. It's good. Then there's like what, the Italian seasoning, which is like basil oregano mix, right? I don't know. Press the crust mixture into an even round on parchment lined baking. See, yeah, I needed to get parchment paper. I forgot to do that. Use your fingers to gently press the cauliflower crust in a round shape. That's what I've been doing, actually. That's how I figured it out, because you cannot toss it. It will not toss like a regular pizza dough. You can't like stretch it with your hands in the air or like above the surface. It has to be like pressed against the surface. Ensure that there are no holes in the edges of the same thickness as the middle to prevent burning. Work on parchment lined pizza stone or sheet pan to prevent the dough from sticking. That sounds dangerous. The pizza stone. Those things get so hot that it would probably light the parchment paper on fire. Yeah. I've seen that happen before. Not on a pizza stone, but in an air fryer. To prevent the dough from sticking, if the crust mixture starts sticking in your hands, wet your fingers with water. I've found that the more water you add to it, the stickier it gets. So I don't know. Bake the cauliflower crust without toppings to create a solid base. I have not been doing that, but I guess it would make more sense with the cauliflower. But that's like another step. You have to bake it 20 minutes before you bake it again. Don't overload the toppings. I love overloading the toppings. That is what I do. I think I'm just gonna try processing cauliflower and throwing a few in my mix. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see, looks like we're back from the ad break. Back didn't want to eat the pizza in my workstation, so I ate it downstairs. Wow, that was a quick eat pizza. You ate the whole thing? That's crazy. It was really good. It was one of those thick pizzas that that's basically a pie. I love those. I'm a Chicagoan. That's where I'm from. And Chicago style pizza is my favorite. And I kind of miss it, to be honest, because it's just not gonna rise like that without the yeast. I mean the gluten. Got the yeast, just not the gluten. I miss it. But that's awesome that you had that pizza. I'm surprised you ate it that quickly. I hope it sits okay with you after eating it that quickly. Yeah, I eat really fast, which, you know, isn't healthy apparently. Yeah, no, it's not. It gets worse as you get older too, I've noticed. I've been like forcing myself to slow down just so I don't have like stomach aches. Where I never used to have to do that. I used to just like vacuum food up. I just inhale it. Like, what do you need to chew for? That's what your intestines are for. Apparently, the older you get, the more you need to chew. This workflow is going pretty well for me, but it's also pretty tedious, not gonna lie. Like, it's going, but yeah, it's taken some time. Let's just put it this way, that given the amount that I'm charging for this and the hourly rate that my last client was giving me, I'm not making the same hourly rate, that's for certain. Nowhere close. But hey, I love pixel art. It's for a good cause. I feel like it's fair. If you ask for too much, people don't generally like that. And my last client was kind of well, let's put it this way. They were very pleased with my work and they gave me raises because of it. Let's put it that way. This is quite a complex artwork. This is a great way to try out the new workflow through of using reference layers. Yeah, I think I did the frog one using reference layers too, the balance one, the 1-bit balanced one. But that was like literally the first time, and that was 1-bit. So this referencing the colors this way is definitely interesting. It feels a little bit like tracing, but at the same time, like, This is what they're kind of asking for. They have specific characters with specific poses. And they want them in pixel art. This is how that's done. But you know, when I was in college, I was surprised to see that light tables were a common theme, especially with the illustrators. Using projectors and using light tables to trace was actually very common. Also, there's a painter, an oil painter, who uses a projector, like a digital projector, to paint 3D models, and I thought that was super cool. Like they do paintings of their 3D renderings and they turn out fantastic because they're oil paints, but they came up with the composition and the subject matter in like 3ds Max or Maya or whatever they're using. You could use Blender, and it turned out really great. Yeah, I think there's a philosophy where tracing helps a lot with learning form. Like, not just for learning, but for completing assignments too. But yeah, as far as learning goes, one of the, because we were right next to a very famous art museum, or a few different art museums. One being the Art Institute of Chicago, which has a lot of masters, like old masters in it. And so at least like twice a year we would be in the Art Institute painting, which is kind of interesting that they let you bring paints and stuff into this museum and just kind of like paint right next to these really expensive paintings. Like if you were like, you know, not respectful or whatever, like you get kicked out obviously, but like if you made a mistake and spilled paint on the fucking masters, like, could you imagine that? And you're like close enough to be able to do that. Obviously there's like security there and stuff like that, and they got cameras everywhere. You would get caught and you would be in trouble, but they would not be able to fix the mistake that you had made, and they allow you to still go in. It's kind of mind-blowing. But technically anyone could do that, right? You could sneak something in to destroy artwork. It happens on occasion. Only scumbags would do that shit. Oops, that's not the right color. Ah, more tea. I haven't been drawing because of Megabomb. Oh no, it begins. I was watching Indiana Crones play that today. I totally understand what you mean. No. I'm gonna have to try the demo. I'll probably do that before I go to bed, to be honest. It looks good. Part of me wants to wait for it to be on sale just because then I can hold off the procrastination, right? Of use, or like the addiction. Hold off on the addiction. I'm gonna be working on these pieces all month, so, and there's really not too much extra time to squeeze in for new games. I won't have to change my gaming schedule or anything like that. It's not gonna be that crazy. This, like I said, this is the most intense one of them. But yeah. Still gonna be able to play Peak tomorrow. Have you been playing Peak at all, Taco? Is that one that you play? It's a number go up burr game for sure. There you go. Because Taco, you're always welcome to join us for Peak on Thursdays. I don't know if you're busy or what you got going on Thursdays. Haven't played Peak in a while, but I like it. Yeah, I love that game. It's so good. But also, I love mountain climbing, like in real life. Sadly, there's not a lot of mountains here in Oklahoma. The ones they have are like super small. There's this hill they call Cathedral Mountain, and it's not a mountain. Like literally not a mountain. It's a mesa, and it's more of a hill than a mesa. Like a flat hill. I'm often asleep at that time. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because we play at like 9:30 my time. So that would be like, what, like 10:30 a.m. your time or something like that? Or is it 8:30 your time? I cannot get that straight. I'll never remember. But if for whatever reason you're up, you're always welcome. Just thought I'd throw it out there, you know? We had Lumbee on. That was a lot of fun. We've had Cyphex on a few times now. Oops. But yeah, tomorrow afterwards we're gonna be playing some No Man's Sky with Indiana Crones. That should be fun. I'm playing a lot of that lately. I'm a big fan of No Man's Sky. And it's an indie game. It's AA as hell, but it's an indie game. What am I doing here? Hitting the wrong buttons. Oh, Lumbee loves that game. Yeah, they're really good at it too. I've still never made it to the top on my own without cheating. Or with a group. The only way I've made it is by cheating. There's a Pichu in chat. How are things looking now? It's looking pretty filled out. There's definitely a lot of little gaps, but that should be relatively easy to fill in. And then, see, this is a good example of why I use magenta in the background, like vaguely magenta, because when you're doing grays, all of a sudden they blend in with those squares so hard. Cryptic, welcome in. Hope you catch your Pokemon. Everyone should check out Cryptic, by the way. They've got an awesome stream. They do game development, they do art, they play games. Very cool person. How is work going? I got a commission. We're working on a commission for a streamer. They're doing a Extra Life charity stream, and they wanted a few different characters in the medium pixel density. And I feel like the pixel density here is a little bit more dense than I was hoping it would be, but I felt like we wouldn't be able to get the face and some of the details of the armor without that. And we're very much relying heavily on the image. But as you can see, this is like a 3D rendering. I see it's insane work, looking good. I really do need to stream more. You know, I feel like if you feel like you need to stream more, then maybe you do, but also like if it's not like jumping out at you like to stream, then that's probably okay, you know? I mean, some people really heavily rely on having a schedule and that works well for them as far as getting the viewership and all that stuff. But as someone who's done that before, some of that stuff can be short-lived or not as important as it seems, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's nice to have a lot of viewers and stuff, and I'm not someone who really ever consistently has more than 20, right? But sometimes having a lot of viewers isn't all it's cracked up to be, right? Having the right viewers is better than having a lot of viewers. Sometimes being popular is just that, just being popular, and that's, if that's your goal, then, you know, do things to be popular, sure, but if your goal is to make, like, you know, lasting friendships or networks or you know, meaningful connections, then sometimes you have to focus on being you, which means streaming when you feel like it. I feel like some streamers, when they're like really focused on being popular, they forget to be themselves, and they're constantly their brand all the time, and that can be detrimental. It doesn't feel like it at first when, you know, you're getting all the numbers that you want, but one day you look back and you say like, wait, who am I really? And hopefully you're still the person that you like, or you're still a person that you like. I don't know. Being a content creator is like a weird thing, right? Not all of them are fake, but there's a good amount that are. I stream and hope to see friends in chat. Yeah, I remember when Indy rated you, that's how I met you. Yeah, I'm definitely appreciative of Indy. Indy's been a legit person as far as I know. And that's, you know, not something you always come by. But yeah, sometimes, you know, you don't meet streamers until they get rated by other streamers, and, you know, I get that, because, you know, when you're in the cycle of hanging out with the same people all the time, like, you end up not like doing your own searches or finding new people. It's easier to hang out when you already know everyone in the stream, everyone knows you. It's easier to feel comfortable. But it's also a good idea to branch out, go to streams that you don't know anyone in, find streamers that only have, like, you know, minimal numbers, maybe only one person is watching their stream, and, you know, to be kind and be nice and talk to them, and that can actually go a long ways too. In fact, that's how I met Taco. Taco had like maybe what, 4 or 5 people, and I rated, and now Taco's huge. It's all because of me. No, I'm just kidding. But no, that's how I met Taco, and I'm so grateful that I did, because, you know, had I not gone out and just looked for random pixel artists to raid, I might not have noticed until Taco was already blown up. And Taco is blowing up for sure, which is awesome to see. I think sometimes when it comes to art, it's all about the talent. Yeah, Rick, honestly, I met so many amazing people because you rated me at that one time. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. And I hope that everyone treats you kindly. And that all of those friendships are lasting for you. There definitely is like a social side to Twitch, and that comes with the good and the bad. You get both. I've definitely had some friendships that, you know, for instance, back in 2017, I was really good friends with someone that was coming to my stream every day. You know, we would chat on Discord all the time. And then one day randomly they just stopped. And you know, I messaged them on Discord because we were, you know, chatting all the time. And I didn't get a response, and that was it. People do that. It is a cool way to make friends. It may not be entirely intentional, but I still really appreciate that. It's like a snowball effect that started from getting raided for the first time. Yeah, that sucks. I realize online friendships just does that sometimes. Yeah, for sure. No, honestly, Taco Crepe, it was entirely intentional. You should have heard, if you go back and find the VOD of that stream, I was like, I'm kind of tired, we should raid out. You know what? We could raid these people that we always raid, but let's make a new friend. Let's see if we can find someone that we can make a new friend with, someone who needs our support, and we could show them that we're supportive. And sure enough, I found you, and I was like, well, this person has some phenomenal art. Their viewership is, you know, way lower than it should be. I'm not saying that you had no one watching, because you had people in there, for sure. But I could tell by your views and the art that you had that, like, you know, you deserved more, right? And so I wanted to bring you in, you know, I wanted to share the friend group. Also, the friend group has been severely lacking in pixel artists, so I thought it was important to bring in more pixel artists. Everyone was so nice. Yeah, I have a few friends that I thought were ride and die, but one day they just stopped. It happens. It happens. I think it's important to just, you know, respect people and what they're going through, and they may not explain it to you, you know, and that's fine. Sometimes it's better that you don't know. Sometimes it's too personal to explain, you know? You just got to assume that everyone has their reasons for doing whatever it is they're doing. And life goes on. But yeah, it's really easy to forget about the negative sides of like a social atmosphere on this platform because everyone is so nice for the most part. And then sometimes, out of the blue, a social tidal wave can like completely affect you. And you don't see it coming. So I guess it's wise to prepare for that. I know there's no real way to prepare for it, but just to realize that something like that could always happen. And there's not always something you can do about it. Yeah, we move on and make new connections. Yep. Still wish them well, though, on whatever they're doing. Yep. Also, yeah, game dev and pixel art community is full of nice people and not a lot of bad eggs. Way fewer than most. I agree. The closer you get to competitive gaming, I feel like the more of the high school drama comes out. I'm sure there's some drama that occurs with game devs and pixel artists. But generally speaking, everyone is usually trying to help everyone else. Or at the very least, trying to appear that way. Right? Because no one wants to look like an asshole, especially when they're like trying to sell a product or make commissions or whatever. And sometimes that's fine, right? It's better to act like a non-asshole and to be an asshole than to act like an asshole and to be an asshole. So I'll take what I can get. Back for break from writing. What we talking about? New and lost friends. Yeah. Talking about how Twitch has a social side to it, and it's not always a good thing. The social realities aren't always amazing. Sometimes people come and go. Sometimes people aren't who they act like. Or sometimes it's all just a big act to get people into their stream. And sometimes you just never know what's really going on with someone. And then, you know. How can you really ever really know someone anyways, right? But yeah, welcome back, Seago. I hope you've been well. We've gotten pretty far here. If we turn off the layer, we've got quite a bit of it is done. There's a lot of blotchiness going where we've got the basic colors, but there's like holes. And yeah, I'm just kind of going willy-nilly at it. It would be nice to finish this, but it's already 4 a.m. So I think we might end up finishing it tomorrow. But yeah, maybe I can get some of these big blocks to look a little bit more blotchy like these before we end. But mostly I'm just like directly referencing the color, putting down a blob, and moving on. And we're gonna have to do more with the line work, so that way it's not all just one color. It doesn't look bad all one color, but it doesn't look great either, considering there's so much variety in the colors of all of the interior shapes and stuff. But yeah, that's also how I met Seagoat, looking for pixel artists that I've never met before to raid, you know? I mean, it's always nice to raid your friends. It really is. But it's also nice to go out and meet new people. And also, it's even nicer when you have a community that you can share with them. And sometimes it is scary sharing your community with a rando. You know, first of all, you don't want to accidentally support the wrong person, right? Someone who, you know, might be one of those people that we were kind of talking about, how they're either kind of fake or they've got ulterior motives or whatever it is. And then there's like, you know, you don't know if the content will even be fun to watch or if the person will be a cool person to be friends with. And I met Seagoat through Rick. It's all about keeping the chain alive. There's cool people in all of our streams. We just got to introduce each other. So that way we know that we're all on the cool list, you know? So far, the art community has been so nice and accepting. I agree. We were kind of talking about that earlier, that the art and game dev side of things is, for the most part, really nice. I mean, there is a little bit of like almost accidental antisocial behavior where it's just kind of like someone's clearly very, very introverted. I'm an introvert, so I know exactly how this is. But when you're like so introverted that you really don't know how to communicate on this platform, because this platform is different than every other platform, right? It's got its own idiosyncrasies and little quirks, right? It's sometimes you drop into a stream and they're like, well, like there was one game dev I rated. They had like 40 people, and I think I had like 10 or over 10 maybe. And I was like, all right, well, this person's a game dev. I think they were a Unity dev, and like it's like, all right, we're gonna raid them. And then we get there and they're like, thanks for the raid, and that was it. You know, not that I'm like asking for like, you know, like a party to burst out, because like in Seagoats, you know, Seagoat has a party every time they're raided, and that's awesome. I love that. No, I'm not making fun at all. I think that's fantastic. But this was the polar opposite is what I'm getting at. This guy was just like, well, thank you for the raid. And that was the last of it. Yeah, literal raid. I love that, to be honest. But yeah, it was just a little disappointing that, like, you know, we kind of hyped it up on our side. Like, oh, we're gonna see what this awesome, like, I don't know this person, they could be cool, they, you know, like they're making a game, let's see what they're up to, everyone be nice, you know, everyone give them a follow and let's see what they're up to. And then we get there, it's like, well, thanks for the raid, and then move on. I mean, I'm glad they said thanks, but they didn't even ask like anything about me, like what I was working on, you know. They clearly didn't ask to see my projects or anything like that, which I'm not saying is expected. It doesn't have to happen. But mostly, game devs and artists are interested in at least, you know, the people that raid them and what they're working on and what kind of stuff they do, you know. Personally, I like, when I get raided by an artist or a game dev, I like to ask all the raiders if they have anything they want to share, you know, because, like, especially if it's not like a big raid, or even if it was a big raid, I think that's important, because like if it's like an art community coming over, why only like celebrate the raider? Why not celebrate the whole community? You know, all of those people probably want the chance to share what they're working on, and it gives all of the chat an opportunity to like see what other people are working on. I mean, there is a risk, obviously, if you've got links on or whatever, you know, check the link on a different monitor before you pull it up on stream kind of thing. But for the most part, everyone's trying to help each other. Everyone's just trying to do their thing, you know? Let me catch up on chat here. Raids are a reason for raves. It's new, people. It's new, people, yeah. Seago raid effect and Inix's is what made me make my raid effect a little bit more interesting. It's something, no matter how big I get, I will always have the raves, even if it's one person. It's like the first effect I added and made sure to add. Very cool. Yeah, that was actually the first one that I did too. I think I need to do more with mine because it was the first one that I did and I never really went back and iterated. And I'm not sure how, I don't get rated very often, so maybe there's a chance that people haven't been paying attention. But there's a way to test it. Let's test it right now. Trying to remember where it is. Is it no, it's not that. Or is it that? No, it's not that. I don't remember how to use Mix It Up all of a sudden. There's a way to get into the, is it action group? Oh no, it's events, isn't it? It's events. Yes, there it is. Twitch events. Twitch channel rated. This is what it looks like when I get rated. Wait, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Oh no. What's going on here? Wait, did it work? And then I just turned it off? Oh, it did work. Okay. I turned it off. It happened late and then I turned it off. My bad. But also the sound effect didn't work. Why didn't the sound effect work? That's weird that the sound effect didn't work. The sound effect didn't work earlier when Taco Crepe got first. There's something going on with that? Uh-oh. Mix It Up's being weird. Wait. There's no sound effect in here. That's weird. Well, at least it worked quicker that time. So I just have the aliens all come in and randomly, and then it shouts out the person. And there's a sound effect. I think the sound effect actually comes from the Twitch event. I think that's why. Like it's part of the Twitch alert. But yeah. And then they all leave randomly too. But yeah, that's mine. It's not as spectacular as Seagoat's. I should make mine more spectacular. Let's see. Cryptic said some people don't even allow saying anything about other people's works, especially a streamer. Kind of sad. Yeah, I've seen that in rules for modding and stuff like that, where they're like, don't say anything about other streamers. Like, don't let anyone say other people, and like time out people for talking about other people's stream. That's a little bit, I don't know. Probably doesn't get enforced as often as they would expect it. But like, I don't know. Like, I get it if someone comes in and they're not part of the community and they're just like, oh, everyone should check out this person's stream. That's kind of lame. That's bad etiquette. It's generally bad etiquette to talk about other people's streams, you know. But if you know the person's a streamer and you're the one streaming and you bring it up, like, that's totally different, obviously. but also if they're like, you know, part of the community and someone doesn't know them and you're trying to, and you know, there's introduction going on, that's a little bit better. It's less, you know, weird. I don't know. People have different rules. It's, you know, it's their own stream. They get to do whatever they want with it, right? That's how that works. I ask viewers all the time, because more often than not, if you're just a viewer, if you're a viewer of art, you probably make art. I'm the same way. As soon as I get the idea that the person, the viewer, is either a game dev or an artist, I start asking about their work, usually. I mean, there's times where I've, you know, usually I wait until they're like there a couple times, I think, but it depends, you know. Depends on where I'm at in the stream. If I'm like, you know, really going to town on something like this, it's hard for me to switch gears. But yeah, I do my best to when the thought pops up to try to get other people's art on stream. This is the kind of stuff I love to see. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a really great like way to be. I don't know a better way to describe what I'm trying to say. Philosophy. It's a good philosophy to have. Probably just use the G key here. Seago says, at least for me, I like people to show or talk about stuff they do. Like if they drew something or coded something, to me that's different than like self-promoting. Like to encourage art and creation and love to hear updates on stuff you might be making. So to me, that's different than like self-promotion, in my opinion. I agree. I'm 100%. I feel like sometimes there's a bit of acceptable aura farming, I guess, for lack of a better word, that goes on with streamers on stream chat. Sometimes it's a little bit obvious, and other times that's just the way that it is. That you know, you come to the stream and then you talk about what you're working on, and then you know, you lurk or you work on stuff while they're streaming, you know, and you know, it's hard to constantly be in chat talking, and then when you talk, a lot of times it's about what you're working on, and that can feel bad to certain people, I'm sure, but I don't think anyone really means it. But yeah, I agree that when you're talking about creative stuff, it's at least from the artist point of view, from the game dev point of view, it seems like you know, encouraging, especially for other people and stuff. I've definitely had numerous people tell me that like seeing my work makes them want to do that stuff too, and I love hearing that. That's like one of the coolest compliments, right? When you inspire other people, I think that's like one of the goals, right? It's like one of the best parts about being able to make stuff is to inspire other people to either do the same thing or come up with something on their own that's similar, or even something completely different, just to get up and do something, because there's only so much time that we have on this planet to do stuff, and it's hard to get motivation. It's not an easy thing to do. So if you can motivate someone, you know, especially in a positive way where there's no hurt feelings or feeling bad, because I don't like that when people are like, you know, they make people feel bad so they get up and do stuff. I mean, like, I guess it works to a degree, right? If they need to feel bad to get up, I guess that's better than nothing. But if you can do it in a positive way, that's even better. That's the biggest compliment. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. That feels amazing when people say, seeing what you've done, you know, made me want to do this, or like, I'm gonna give this a shot because I saw that you could do it. Yep. Sometimes I feel like that's my job. Like, when I was really focused on Twitter, my goal was to inspire people. You know, a lot of people when they're on Twitter, especially game devs, their goal is to get wish lists and likes and you know, get their game sold and make money. And for me, I was more about just getting people to be inspired. So a lot of times that meant I would make something like a new feature for my game and put it on Twitter, and then the next day I would do the same thing, and the next day and the next day. And a lot of times those features wouldn't even get fully finished or come into fruition, or they'd be something that I cut. But as long as I was like showing people that you can do stuff every day and it gets done, like, a lot of people really benefit from that. Even though a lot of features got cut and a lot of things were just, you know, in an attempt to get more eyes in a way, more than you know, making the perfect game or getting things done as quickly as possible or making the most money off of the game or whatever like that. It was more important to me to just like speak to people in a way that they understood. I saw a meme. This might relate to some of you. Some of you might relate to this. It was, we don't do it because it's easy. We do it because we thought it was easy. Sometimes you kind of have to like make it look easy so other people want to do it too. And that's, I mean, it's a little bit misleading, but at the same time, like, you don't do something if you know how hard it is all the time. But on the other hand, I do like to show people that it's not all fun and games, that it is a lot of work, that it takes real passion, and that you probably won't make a lot of money until you really like just give up making money. That's when you start making money, it feels like. Let me read here. Seagoat says, I have a few people, coughs a taco, come in to talk about what they do and lurk after, and I love and appreciate them for that. Honestly, it shows that what I'm doing is worth doing, because creating a place where they feel like hanging out and sharing any part of their time. I think a lot of people like to co-work in the art community. Seagoat Stream is one of the best places to co-work in. Rick's too. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do have the Crunchyroll. Both of you go into fun little tangents that get me to start typing again, though. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like having people in chat. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I also like not having anyone in chat because I get more stuff done. So it's like a give and take. I literally start streaming in the middle of the night because I'm like, oh, well, no one's gonna bother me. You know, no one's gonna prevent me from getting things done. I won't have to, you know, talk about my philosophies or something. I won't have to explain every step of the way. And then, sure enough, that's when people show up. That's when I start making new friends, and I can't complain. I love meeting new people. I am such an introvert that, like, it's a gift to me when I get to meet people. It really is. I'm there about it. I appreciate it, Taco Crepe. I do. Because like I said, it's not fun doing it to nobody, but you do get a lot done. I don't know. There has to be like a balance, right? Lurking Rick Stream gives my creative juices going. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. When I have no one in chat, it feels weird, lol. That's why I have Hugh, so there's at least someone talking to me. That's a good point. I got really good at talking to myself. The first, like, couple years of streaming, there was like no one in my chat, like, except for like a few cases where I'd have like some people that would come in all the time and then they would vanish or whatever. But for the most part, if you look back at my VODs, you can see I'm just talking to myself. Like, I'm talking as if the VOD is being recorded, and I'm talking to people in the future that might stumble upon the video. And that works. That worked for me, you know? It's a little bit different when you don't have a VOD, because you know that if no one's there, that no one's gonna hear it. But adding the VOD aspect to it actually helped me a lot to start talking to myself, because now all of a sudden it's like a tutorial video that a few people might actually stumble upon, and they do. If you look at the VODs on YouTube, I don't expect you to, but if you do, you could see that some of them got, you know, 50 views, 20 views, 100 views. You know, it depends on the video. Obviously, they don't get any real numbers, nothing like insane, but people watched it. They probably clicked on it and clicked off of it, but they watched it, you know? So why not, you know, pretend that people are gonna see this stuff? Pretend that people are watching your stream when no one's there. It helps me to become a better speaker. It helps me to like learn how to talk when people are there, right? What to talk about, what, you know, the process, what you're doing and all that stuff. People want to hear that stuff. So like, why not do it when no one's around? That's the way I look at it. Oops, that looked bad. Why did I do that? When I have no one in chat, oh, I read that. Wish I had time to watch all the streams. Yeah, I feel that, Cryptic. Been lucky enough that people trickle in and out enough to have little conversations here and there. I agree. I am right there with you. A lot of times I'm too busy to actually hang out in all the streams that I'd like to. A lot of times I'll have a whole bunch of tabs open, just like I do right now, where, you know, these people, their stream ended, their stream ended, their stream ended. They rated out to someone that I don't know. They rated out to someone I don't know. That stream ended. I'm just cleaning up some of the tabs now. But I'm leaving on the ones that rated out to people I don't know. You know, I can glance over and take a look. And that's interesting to me. This person is only sleeping. They're only sleeping. That's the category. They're only sleeping, and everyone's fishing that's in chat. They've just got fish up, and they've got a video of people walking through those Japanese arches that that influence Star Fox. I don't know what they're called. And there's probably music. But yeah, I lurk in a lot of streams, and I think that's okay. You know, you can only do what you can, and I've got them on a separate computer that doesn't have audio plugged in, so I don't have to worry about muting the tabs or muting the stream, so it all adds to their numbers on their viewership. The ads play, they get paid for those ads. At least I think so. Because technically, if I plugged in the speakers, I'd be hearing those ads. So I think that they would get paid for them. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But in a small way, it's supporting the streamer. I mean, on the other hand, I will have a lot of lurkers sometimes, and then I'll look at my numbers and I'll be like, why is there only like one person watching the stream, but I've got 12 people chilling in chat? And like, I'm not upset about that, but it is unfortunate that people go out of their way to lurk and then the numbers don't even show up because they muted the tab, or they're tabbed out and the stream needs to be refreshed or whatever because of the browser they're on. You know, there's all types of reasons why that would happen. Like for instance, if you're lurking in a stream and it's tabbed out, like you're in a different tab, and then it gets rated, that stream, you won't start as a viewer until you click on that tab. That happens a lot. Let's see here. Tigo says, also helps me to keep me motivated. Oh, there's an ad starting saying I can't snooze it. To keep me motivated to keep drawing. I really think if it wasn't for streaming, I would have never made as much progress as I have. Well, that's awesome. Taco's laughing. I must have said something funny. Oh, about the sleeper, yeah. Had a few people be surprised when I told them I've only been drawing for like 7-ish months. Yeah, that is surprising. You're really good for 7 months. I think the progress is in large part because I stream it and draw pretty much every day as a result of it. It adds some pressure, but I like the pressure. Maybe I'm just used to it. It works for me. That's awesome. The ad's gonna probably come up any second here. I think Twitch updated so inactive viewers don't count anymore. Oh no, not 100% sure how true. Also, the live count isn't accurate. It's never been accurate. It's true. Anyways, there's the ad. We'll be RB real quick. Okay, we are back. Let's see, where did I leave off? Live count's not accurate, it's never been accurate. I think that's where it cut off. Cryptic says, streaming has been a big factor in why I get any work done now. Something about having a community activating, actively participating. Yeah, a community activity participant. Yeah, no, I agree. I've been kind of gearing my life so anytime that I'm doing work, if I can, I stream it. That's the way I've been doing it. It's been good for my work-life balance, to be quite honest. Not only does it allow for some social activity while I'm working, but it literally prevents me from overworking myself. Because I can't stream all the time. And even if I do, you know, like this is a 5.5 hour stream, some people would consider that a long stream. To me, that's kind of normal-ish or even short. Compared to, you know, 8 or 9 hour streams, which were kind of the norm for me for a good, I don't know, 4 or 5 months there. And, you know, every once in a while I'll do like a 20-hour stream or whatever when I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. And, that's just because that's how I work. I work for hours and hours on end. And, if I don't have the stream like keeping me in schedule, I will just work and work and work until the whole day goes by. Back when I was not streaming a lot back in Phoenix, I was streaming a little bit but not streaming a lot. I would literally work over 12 hours a day, and I had another job, so it was like I was just going to work for 8 hours, coming home, working, sleeping for 5 or 6 hours, and then doing the whole thing over again. If it was a weekend, I was working on my game the whole day, the whole weekend, you know? Sorry, I've got some green beans in my mouth still. Green beans have no business being as good as they are. What's up with that? And then you get canned green beans and they're so gross. Like, how does this happen? How do they go from being so good to so gross just like that? Rick, when you're doing something new where you're trying to learn, do you ever second guess about streaming it? I get embarrassed and it prevents me. I used to, and sometimes I will start doing it off stream and then feel more comfortable about it and then do it on stream. I feel less embarrassed about it beforehand, but just as embarrassed while I'm doing it. I usually have like a hoodie on because it's kind of chilly in my house, except for in this room. This room heats up so much because of the computers in here and the monitors that the air kicks on, right? So I'll usually have a hoodie on, and I'll be comfortable. But then as soon as I like hit that moment where I don't know what I'm doing, all of a sudden I get like hot and I have to take off the hoodie. That's how I know that I'm doing something that I'm not fully comfortable doing, because I make a mistake live and I'm like, oh. But yeah, it happens. The key is to be honest with yourself and your viewers, to say, you know, I don't really know what I'm doing here. If anyone in chat, you know, has any ideas on how to do this better, or if they see me making mistakes, please feel free to let me know. I'm, you know, just gonna wing it and see how far I get. And, you know, if I make a mistake, then that happens. And you just have to kind of, if you like preemptively like prepare yourself while you prepare the viewers, I think that helps. Seagoat says, yeah, for Bracky's jam back in February, I got with a friend and plan on just doing music, as I had done for a few jams up to that point. We couldn't find an artist, so I said fuck it and gave it a try. The game is on my itch. Yeah, I played that one. It was really cool. I enjoyed it so much I kept drawing after that and sharing it with some of the Twitch communities I was in, and a few friends recommended I start streaming it, and that was mid-April. Cut to a few months later, I met you guys. Oh, was that the other game jam? The which one? Was that a game jam too? Now I'm confused. But yeah, I think that when you're doing something that is experimental, or something that you haven't like fully figured out the workflow for, I think that's beneficial for people to see, and yeah, you kind of have to like prepare yourself, like I said, but other people are just as intimidated about trying new things too. And if they see that you can try new things that you've never done before, and you can do it live in front of a bunch of people, or maybe even just a handful of people, or whatever the numbers are, like, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're showing them how your brain operates in those situations, which, if you're not familiar with unfamiliar situations, you don't know how to operate your brain, if that makes any sense. It's not weird saying it that way, but if you don't know what to expect all the time, then you start to know what to expect, right? If you put yourself in an uncomfortable situation every day, those uncomfortable situations don't feel that uncomfortable anymore. And I think the same is true for extroverts and introverts, right? I'm a huge introvert. I hardly ever talk to people, but when I started becoming more extroverted to sell art at festivals and to meet game devs and stuff like that, I just put myself out there. I just walk up to a group of people and say, hey, do you guys want to see some art? And they'd be like, we don't have any money. I'd be like, I don't care, I'm just showing people my art. And then I'd show them, and they'd be like, well, yeah, sure. I'd just be real with them. I'd be like, you guys seem like you're cool. Do you want to just look at it? I mean, if you're busy, I can, go, but you guys are just chilling here talking. Like, do you want some art to look at while you talk? And they'd be like, sure. And then sure enough, I'd be busting out my art, right? I have these cases in a backpack, and I bust out these art. People, they love it, of course, but they don't have any money, and I'm fine with that. I wasn't trying to make sales. I was just trying to make friends, trying to talk to people, trying to have a good time. And then sure enough, someone else would walk by, or someone would show up to their camp and say, oh my God, how much is that one? And then they would want to buy it just because I was displaying it, talking, and being cool with people. But if you go around only looking for people that are willing to sell it or willing to buy it, you're going to have a rough time, right? And it's not going to be as fun, and you won't get to do what you like doing, which is sharing your art. Same goes with game devs. If you're like going there looking for a partner, or going there looking for a publisher, or going there looking for a mentor or something, you're going to have trouble meeting people. But if you're going there just to see what other people are up to, everyone loves talking about what they're up to. All the game devs want to tell you about their game. So go and ask them what they're up to, and they will tell you. And then if they remember, sometimes it's hard to stay on track, but they'll ask you what you're up to too, and then you'll have the opportunity to explain yourself. And the key isn't to make a wish list or to make a sale. The key is to get better at talking to people, and to get better at meeting people, and to get better at networking. Because the more you do this, the better off you're going to be, the easier it's going to be to do it more. It's one of those things. Yes, the Witch one. Okay, I have not played that one. I should, though. Was my first time doing pixel art pretty much ever. Wow, that's really impressive. 90% of the time I'm trying new styles and stuff, like isometric being what I've been learning as of late. Yeah, that's very cool. Honestly, like I said before, isometric is so intimidating to me, and I'm not trying to intimidate you. I think that's really kind of heroic for you to try that direction, because to me it's so scary. And I think part of that is because I focus on how would I design the game, how would I design the mechanics, how do I make the grid work. And Unity does have isometric grids, so I would have to like figure out how to do that to even feel comfortable making the art. I don't know, the game designer in me takes over. I'm not lying. When I first started making game art, I had no clue how to program it. I was like, that's the programmer's job. I'm just gonna make it look good, and if they can't make it work, that's on them. Well, as soon as I realized that that, you know, sometimes it's really hard to make partnerships that work out, right? Sometimes partnerships just fizzle, and after about 3 or so fizzled, I was like, you know what? I think I need to make my own games, and that's what I did. And it was hard as hell to learn. Oh my god, it was so hard that I literally stopped trying and said, fuck it, I'm going to design a physical game using dice. And that's what I did. I designed a game using dice. It was okay, it's not terribly fun. But it was indeed a game, and I designed it. And I realized that I love designing games way more than programming them. But to be a designer for digital games, you kind of need to know a little bit about programming. You don't need to be the world's best programmer, but you need to know a little bit. So then once I started to learn about game programming, all of a sudden the artist in me took a back seat. Even though it was in the front seat my whole life, it took a back seat and said, like, why don't you draw something that you know how to program? And that's the way my brain works now. Cryptic says I could never. Oh, about meeting people? Oh, come on. It's not that bad. I mean, it gets hard when you have a life and you've got, you know, a wife and children and stuff, like they're a kid. Like that gets tough, right? Because then it's like time and all that stuff, and making sure everything's good for your spouse and, you know, all that stuff. Seagoat says failure equals progress. If you're not failing, you're not progressing. I agree so much with that. 100%. Seagoat says way too many are scared to fail, I think is what you mean there. But once you learn that failure equals progress, the weight of failing just goes away. It's true. I mean, there's different types of failure, of course. If it's a financial failure, that's a little bit difficult. You need to kind of have a backup plan, or like a nest egg or something. But yeah, Cryptic says that's why I'm thankful I got a good buddy who wants to make games as much as I do. I mean, that's awesome. But I'll tell you, my situation was that I had some good buddies that wanted to make games too, and for reasons A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we couldn't finish anything. But I needed to finish something. So that's when I decided that I needed to do it on my own. And I don't only do things on my own. We did, you know, I did Pyrotoad with Johnny Manjiro. I did Little Screamies with the Nuke Pop team. But when it comes down to it, I know that I can do it by myself. So when in doubt, I can just revert to solo, you know? And that, honestly, that helped me a lot, because, like, not only does it help me in the team, because now I'm an asset. Even though I'm not the world's best programmer, I know how to program. I can debug other people's code even, you know? I can speak the language. If someone's doing something that they shouldn't be, I know. If someone's not commenting their code and stuff, it stands out to me because I need those comments, you know, like little things like that. Wife, me, LOL. You know, different people perhaps. I don't have a wife either. I would walk up looking like an alien. Hello, my fellow humans. Would you spend your limited time looking at this art that I have drawn? Honestly, that might actually work as a shtick, right? People, you know, people are okay with, you know, acting relatively alien-esque these days. I'm a fucking alien myself. What can I say? I am so introverted that, like, the conversations that I have always kind of end up with the person feeling like, who did I just meet? kind of thing, right? Like, is that person, is he, should I know that person? Or like like, for instance, when I was getting my colonoscopy, the doctor that prepped, or the nurse that prepped me, literally thought I was a famous streamer. And I had to convince her that I wasn't. Seagoat says, I mean, failure in learning a skill, not becoming bankrupt. Oh, yeah, pretty much. Fucking Alien ET Run, buddy. They want that booty. Yeah, I mean, things have changed, I guess. People are interested in that kind of stuff. No, but you do get better at like talking and sounding like a normal person, and I don't know. I'm focusing on me talking and not sounding like a normal person as I say these things. I'm like stuttering, which isn't something that I really do. And I'm saying and a lot, which also like is something that I do, but when I was in college I learned how not to do that, and all that shit just goes out the window sometimes, and that's okay. Part of it is just about accepting yourself for who you are. Because that's where confidence comes from. But yeah, what Seagoat's saying is so valid, so true. If you don't go out and make some mistakes, you're hurting yourself. Like, do it in like a risk-free way, relatively risk-free way. There's always gonna be some risk, but try something new. You know, try software that you didn't think you'd want to learn. You know, draw something that you're not necessarily interested in. Try to emulate someone else's style that you've never tried before. Even do a genre of game that you've never would have ever played, something like that. For example, Front Room's Normalities. I have never played an Anomaly game, and I made an Anomaly game, right? Because it was a joke, and it was fun, and it turned out to be okay. People are still playing that game. It wasn't just like a once and done thing. People are still enjoying it. I might not make a Steam release out of it, but I learned a lot from it, and I made some really cool art. I streamed the whole process, so people might find that and learn how to do it because of it, you know? And as far as I know, it's the first Anomaly game to be on Game Boy. How cool is that? Seago says, I guess I'm weird. I'm introverted in some ways, but very much not in others. Seago, that is becoming more and more common. The whole omnivert thing, it's very, very common these days. It's because of the internet. The internet's doing it to us. We're getting better at certain social stuff, like Twitch streaming, for example, is totally social, and it's totally an extroverted activity. The extroverts are really good at it. But there's also a hell of a lot of introverts on it, you know? A lot of autistic people who, you know, are generally known for having poor conversation skills are, you know, taking to social public platforms like Twitch, and that's fantastic. That's amazing. I think that's so cool that people who don't know how to talk can go somewhere and learn how to talk, me included. You know, part of the reason why I started the podcast was because I had already had the experience doing Twitch streaming. And the reason why I did the podcast was to get even better at public speaking. At the time, I dreamed of one day speaking at like GDC or something along those lines, you know, doing conference speaking and stuff like that, public speaking in front of an auditorium of people. I don't think that now with COVID and all that stuff, I don't really have those dreams like I did before, but I used to dream about doing a talk on retro spaceball. Like, seriously, you know, like standing up at GDC. You all know me from my very successful game Retro Spaceball. You know, like that would have been great. You know, I'm not saying that like that could never happen, but it seems less and less likely. Anyways, I digress. Speaking is important, so we all need to learn how to do it. Cryptic says accepting oneself isn't easy. No, it's not. I use meditation. That's how I do it. Meditation is the key to that for me. I know meditation isn't easy either, but it was relatively easy for me. I stumbled upon it. I was hanging out with my cat by the window in the sun, and I found myself meditating because I was trying to figure out what my cat was doing. I was like 5 or 6 or maybe 7, and I couldn't figure out why the cats would just hang out in the sun. The sun would beam down there for a few hours and they would be there. The sun's beaming down, the cat's there. And that's when I stumbled upon meditation. And I use it all the time. In fact, if something's going wrong with my life, I meditate and it fixes it. Like, not only does it fix it in my brain, but I come up with solutions to problems and actually fix the problem, you know, do things that either, you know, help put my life back on track or help fix whatever the issue is around me. Seagoat says, like, never once had a problem talking to people or going to parties or meeting people, but my preferred activities are like staying in and working solo or watching TV and being by myself. I'm similar. Although I had a weird life, right? So when I was young, I lived with my brother and my mom, and my parents got divorced, and I was very sad. I was very depressed during the divorce. My mom started dating someone that was abusive to me. That didn't help. My brother was abusive to me. That didn't help. I was terrible at school. I didn't have any real good social activities except drawing, which I did take drawing classes at the Park District, but I didn't make any friends. I was very quiet the whole time. I just was there to learn and draw. I had a few friends, you know. In fact, one of them, Ryan Wiemeyer, actually ended up becoming a very successful game dev. He made Oregon Trail, the Oregon Trail zombie-like version. It's funny to think that we were like best friends in 3rd grade. Now we don't talk, unfortunately. But anyways, I moved in 7th grade. Halfway through 7th grade, I moved, and I became a completely different person because it gave me the opportunity to just change. And I started smoking weed. I started smoking cigarettes, which I don't think anyone should do. I started drinking, which again was probably a terrible decision for me to make at 13. But I started making friends and going to parties, and I started acting different. I literally started acting different. For instance, my school photo in 6th grade was like me like kind of looking, you know, sad, basically. Like they had to tell me to smile kind of thing, you know. You know, not wearing anything that, you know, not dressed up or anything like that, just like my normal day, like, why am I here? Oh, smile, I'm smiling, you know, kind of picture. And then by 8th grade, the student picture of me, I had spiked up hair, like tall spiked hair. My eyes were wide open, and I had this grimacing, menacing smile where like I had like my vampire teeth, almost like my canines like poking out over my lower lip, because I had like practiced in the mirror how to make a creepy face, and I made this creepy face for the school picture wearing like a band shirt, which I thought was really cool at the time, and people thought it was hilarious. I did too. I thought it was great, you know. But it just goes to show what a couple years can do when you relocate. It's insane. And I went down that path afterwards. I started throwing parties. I started hanging out with seniors when I was a freshman. I ran away from home eventually. I freaking overdosed, which isn't cool at all, but it changed my life. You know, it affected who I was. I met all types of crazy people in the mental institute and in rehab and at meetings. I met some of the craziest people that I will ever meet in my life during that era, and that affected me. That changed how I view things. I met the first person that died from a heroin overdose that I knew during that period. And then, yeah, you know, like, I just continued down that path. I partied a lot. I was throwing parties, massive parties. I was in a bunch of different bands, and I was going to festivals eventually. And in college, I was going to shows all the time. I was, you know, going to parties in the city, and just like meeting random people and being cool. And like, I learned how to communicate. It took me getting out of my comfort zone to do it. That's all. And it was, so there were some mistakes made. Let's put it that way. There were definitely some mistakes made. Seago says, like, the way I think about it isn't like accepting, is just looking at what does failing mean. Like, worst case scenario, I suck at playing the drums. I suck at a thing I've never done before. Oh no, there's not any real downside besides a mental one. But always thinking of the bigger picture help make failing not sound so scary. I agree. Sometimes you need to try new things and not have to worry about looking, you know, quote, stupid or not knowing what you're doing, because that's not the case. You never look stupid. You actually look more confident if you go out and you do something that you don't know how to do. Even if you fail at doing it, you had the courage and the confidence to step up and do it. And yeah, doing it live is a thing in itself. And like I said, sometimes I will definitely like start something before, or I'll at least plan heavily before I do it live. Like the podcast is a good example of this, right? Not only am I doing it recorded, so it's not live, it can be edited, so that kind of takes some of the pressure off, but I am spending someone else's time, and that's the most important part of the podcast for me, because not only do I feel like the interviews are like my favorite part of it, like maybe they're not 100% necessary, but they're my favorite part, so to me they are. And that means that I need to get someone else in an interview with me, and we're going to talk for an hour to 3 or 4 hours sometimes, and that's 3 to 4 hours out of their life they're not getting paid for. You know, they're never gonna get back again. I need to make sure that I do my best to, you know, make it worth their while, make it worth the listeners' while, make it worthwhile for me. And so what I do is I research that person, I take notes, I come up with a bunch of questions. And then a lot of times I don't even ask those questions because the conversation just rolls off the tongue. And that's better. It's better that way. But if things get slow, if I freeze, if they freeze, I have something to turn to and say, oh, so for this game, I was playing it and I felt like this part here it reminded me of this other thing. What does that, you know, mean to you? Like, how does that affect you? Or like, you know, like, that type of thing, you know. Seagull says, and yeah, it turned out after a bit I got kind of okay at drums and even got paid to play them and did a few small tours. Oh, that's really cool. All because I put in the bigger picture. So what I try this, so what? I try this thing and fail, nothing. But what if I succeed? Well, anything could happen. Yeah, no, I agree. And instruments are such a great example, because all instruments are a little different. Even if they're very similar instruments, they're still a little different, and some instruments are just like completely different. But you won't know if you like it or if it's fun, or if you have a natural kind of ability, which is a thing. I know that's like, it's one of those things. It's like people say like there's talent and then there's practice talent or something along those lines. And I don't agree with that. I think we're all kind of at the same level playing field when we start, except for a few minute differences. And sometimes that comes down to, you know, what type of learner are you? What type of brain do you have? If you're really good with like your fingers, as far as like working with your hands and stuff, then instruments are probably going to be easier for you. If you have like an auditory, you know, listening, like you're a good listener, you're going to be better at music. But that's not to say a visual person can't get good at music. I remember, and this is kind of a weird story, but I remember when I was on acid playing guitar, I saw the music. I literally saw the fractions of the strings bending, making different vibrations, and it all made so much sense. It all made absolute sense. And maybe it's because I was tripping, but also because I'm a visual person. And you know, the acid helped me to visualize it, but if I was strictly an auditory person or a math person, those same fractions would make just as much sense. But I needed a visualization, and I finally got one. So all of a sudden it was like, it made more sense. Taco Crate. I am not trying to promote acid. In fact, let me say this. There was a situation in Canada where they found carfentanil in acid. Now, if you know what fentanyl is, carfentanil is like 100 times more potent. That means that these doses were lethal. They were literally killing people who took it. So like, and I'm not trying to get too serious, but like it freaked me out. And I haven't done acid since. Never going to again, because I don't want to risk my life over it. It's not that important to me. And I think that's the message that really needs to come across here. It was great to experiment with. Test your drugs. If you're going to experiment with drugs, test your damn drugs, because anything can fucking happen, and that is scary as hell. Looks away me. Yeah, there you go. Acid had me see music. I'm kidding. Yeah. What did I miss there? Seagoat says, yeah, I played a lot of instruments. It's definitely where my background was my job for a little bit, but that's a whole nother story. Oh, we got an ad. I'm sorry. Lost so many people to drugs. I am in the same boat, Cryptic. Seago, you're back. Right on, right on. Yeah, it looks like the ads are ending. They haven't ended for you yet. They're about to. It's crazy how it can change someone. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, even if it doesn't kill the person, it can 100% completely change them. But yeah, on bad acid stories, I lost one friend, stabbed herself to death. Literally Beautiful girl stabbed herself to death. So sad. So extremely sad. It's hard for me to even talk about. That should not happen. She was a happy person. I mean, maybe she clearly had some issues that I didn't know about, but had she not taken that acid, she'd still be alive, I would think, you know, or at least she would have survived that night. Another story, my cousin's husband was out with his friends, and they were walking along railroad tracks and they'd taken acid. All of them. There was like 3 of them, and one of them just jumped into a train. Didn't say anything beforehand. Just jumped into the train. Was just eviscerated into a mist in front of his friends. So on acid, these 2 people on acid had to live through their friend killing themselves at a train as they were walking down the tracks. Could you imagine that? It's insane. It's insane. I mean, don't get me wrong. These are horror stories. These are definitely horror stories. They're not all horror stories, but there's a lot of them. When I was at Bonnaroo, the first night, it was like Thursday night, someone walked out into the highway. Just walked out into the highway. You know, maybe they weren't even on drugs, but I'm pretty sure they probably were. You know, that's tragic. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, there are a lot of bad drug stories. I mean, my very best friend died from a heroin overdose. I was friends with him since 8th grade, or since like 6th grade. I was friends with him. We were like best friends. We were in so many bands together. We went to each other's house all the time. He even lived with me for a bit. I spent a summer at his house when I was a kid. Like, up until like just last year, his mom was still calling me all the time just to talk. And I feel bad because I eventually had to like stop answering those calls because it was too hard on me. She would call up drinking and just want to talk for hours and just cry, and I couldn't take it anymore, you know. And I let her know, like, hey, you know, you really need to like get on the fixing the drinking, and I'm really busy these days, and as much as I loved your son, like we can't do this all the time, you know. So it's, yeah, I feel bad, but I don't know what else to do. Why did I think acid was just harmless like shrooms? Like those shrooms. Shrooms can be bad too. My brother, man, he took a quarter, and yeah, he was okay, but he really wanted to go to the hospital. He really wanted to go to the hospital, and I wouldn't let him go, because that would have been bad. That would have been very bad for him. But he didn't stop there. Another time, he took so much acid, and he was drinking, that he ended up in a situation where the cops beat him up while he was naked in another person's yard. I won't go into the details here, but he was hospitalized. The cops freaking nearly killed him, you know? Fucking crazy. Boobies, tacos for the boobies. Damn. I don't know. I have lots of stories. Not all of them are good. Sometimes I get on a roll of just telling bad stories. I don't mean to do that. I get post-traumatic stress disorder. And sometimes when I start talking about stuff, it like starts coming back, and then it reminds me of the other things, and then those come back, and then before long I'm just like I can't sleep because I'm just reliving all of these terrible experiences. It sucks. But yeah, that's life sometimes. Gotta take the good with the bad, bad with the good. I think you missed the message before for context. Oh, I'm sorry. Crazy story I had. I told Taco about me jumping into a hotel pool after a show. Yeah, that was insane. Boobies, it was for the boobies. Oh, I got you, I got you. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss your message there. Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. Yeah, I don't mean to. Sometimes it just comes out of me. I know that you guys aren't like trying to hear about it. I appreciate you listening, even though sometimes I get dark. Shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't put people through that stuff. I'm still learning how to communicate. I apologize. No worries, I talk a lot. I don't mind the dark. If you're brave enough to share, I'm brave enough to listen, same, and it's fine. I didn't mind hearing the story, but don't want to make you relive any of it. Yeah, well, I appreciate that all. Sometimes it's like therapy, but then other times it just seems like it's like a repetitive behavior that like I should stop, you know? Because like how many times can you go over something that can't be changed, you know? But I appreciate everyone being there for me on this, you know, like, because I am a bit of a mess when it comes to emotions, to be honest. Like, I can hold it together pretty well, but if I really think about it, I've been through a lot, and I know everyone has. But I think sometimes like it's all like relative, you know, and the other times I think like, man, why did I do this to myself, kind of thing. Like I put myself through most of this. Like, I mean, some of it happened to me and I couldn't control it. Other parts, like, wow, I made some real mistakes. Reminds me I need to take my meds. Oh yeah, I need to take my vitamins. I always take them at the end of the day. I don't actually take vitamins. I used to when I was young. Now I just eat lots of vegetables. Although on occasion I'll do like vitamin C if I feel like I'm gonna get sick or something like that. I take them at the start of the stream, but I didn't stream today. Oh, okay. I have a whole thing of pills I gotta take now. Oh, it makes me feel old. Oh no. Well, I hope it helps. I told Lumbee this also. You will grow past it. Doesn't mean it won't hurt you or not come up again, but you will be in a state of mind to keep stepping forward knowing that it's all in the past. It's true. I appreciate that. Thank you. I agree. Sometimes we just have to accept what life is. It is not good or bad. It is whatever you make it out to be. It is completely neutral. And to me, neutral is good. I only take vitamin B. I really like that stuff because it gives me energy. I've never tried vitamin B. Prozac, Trazodone, I don't know that one. And Anafranil for the win. I don't know Anafranil either. But I hope it helps. I try not to be too opinionated on the whole pills thing because I know that some people really need it and it's really beneficial for some people. And hopefully that outweighs the reality that sometimes people are overprescribed or that there are natural solutions. But as long as people are benefiting, I think that's good. I also take some Vitas for my legs. I don't know that one either. Oh, well, they're all psych meds. I personally take methylphenidate. I don't know that one. Honestly, I try to avoid pills. For a little bit, I was prescribed Risperdal for psychosis, and it made things worse, so I stopped doing that. But luckily it didn't make me like gain a bunch of weight, but maybe that's because of the whole gluten thing. I don't really know. But I've heard that that's an issue with that drug. But I've also heard that it's common that it makes things worse too, which is kind of messed up. But actually, the whole psychosis thing hasn't really bothered me anymore. I used to hear voices, see things that weren't there, you know, hallucinations, and it's not really a thing anymore. I haven't seen a hallucination, like an honest hallucination in like ages. And honestly, I don't really hear voices anymore either now that I think about it. But then again, maybe I just kind of tune all that stuff out because like I've accepted it and like, I don't know. I'm sure if I listened for it, I could hear something. But I think it's just my subconscious kind of like playing tricks on me, you know, like my inner monologue takes on many voices, and sometimes it just goes on its own and just does whatever it feels like. And sometimes I used to hear other people's voices, like my mom's voice, you know, and things like that, you know. I'm gonna get back to writing. Got very distracted by the convo. Oh, well, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate the conversation, and I hope you enjoy your lurk. Mine is ADHD meds help me when I spiral. Life is full of spirals, Cryptic. No, I definitely have ADHD. I don't really try to deny it anymore. I used to because I thought the test was bullshit, but the more I learn about ADHD, the more I realize, like, yep, you have ADHD. What are you gonna do? I just appreciate it. I think of it as a learning style, and I think of it as a, production tool. And when it's working against me, I meditate. That's honestly my medicine for everything. Eating healthy, exercising, and meditating. That's what gets me through everything. And I know it probably doesn't work for everyone, but that's what works for me. I was in a relationship for a while there, and it was, pretty serious. She wanted to get married and have kids. I didn't want to have kids, but also I didn't think that either of us were ready to have kids. And honestly, I didn't think that a marriage would really work out. I loved her, I cared about her, but I was more worried about her well-being than our relationship. And I don't think that us being married was going to help her well-being. And I did everything I could to help her well-being, and I think that I had a positive effect on her. But when she, cheated on me with the person that she ended up having a kid with, it really ripped me up. It just totally... I was so focused on helping her, and I was helping her, and it just felt like the world was taken away from me. And that was the last time I was, like, really depressed. Like, to the point of, like, that's my depression. Like, I used to have it all the time when I was a kid or when I was in high school. I suffered from depression. There was no doubt about it. But I was, pretty good at either, not necessarily masking it, but like fixing it, right? Like taking care of the negative thoughts and doing something positive with it, right? Because that's really what it comes down to. Sometimes I forget you're a pumpkin on stream. That's happening to me too, because it's new. Yeah, getting cheated on is the worst. I've been cheated on by so many people, Taco. It's freaking crazy. That's probably why I'm single, to be honest. Like, I'm not like rushing out to meet women because I'm sick of getting cheated on. Not that women are the only one that cheat, but I've never cheated on anyone, and I've been cheated on so many times. Anyways, so when that happened, I found myself alone in an apartment I couldn't afford anymore. There were cockroaches because she had made a mess underneath the fridge and left it there and didn't tell me about it and then left. And it took me months to find it. I moved out because the lease was ending. I found a cheaper place that was in the ghetto. And I just I started streaming. I started working on Retro Spaceball. And I was very sad. And that's when I started exercising for like the first time ever. I made a calendar on paper. I drew it with a ruler and marked down how many reps or whatever I was counting, how many days I did exercise for, and not only that, I came up with like a key of different highlighter colors because I had all these markers from drawing graffiti and stuff, and every time I spent 30 minutes doing something, I would put down like a square of this color. And every day of the month, I still have these calendars. In fact, anytime that thing things get really bad for me, I go right back to this because it helps me so much. Sorry, I was just gonna pull it out because I think I have it right here. Oh, that's the wrong one. So yeah, I have 3-ring binders. That's like my thing. I like to take notes on computer paper, and then I get those little plastic sleeves, and then I put it all in 3-ring binders. And so at the back of this binder, you can see 10/05/23. This was the most recent one. I was charting how much exercise I did. So, and there's a key. Every cube, every square on the, because this was graph paper, because I stepped up my game. Every square was 5 minutes. So what, on 10:05 I did 5 minutes, or no, I did 20 minutes. On the 6th I did 5 more minutes from that, so 25 minutes. The 7th I did 25 minutes. On the 8th I did, what was that, 30, 40, or 30, 35, 40, 45 minutes. On the 9th I did 45 minutes. On the 10th I went back down. So anyways, I was charting how much I was exercising because it helped me to, you know, to exercise. And then if we go back to like the first calendar one I made, I didn't write the year, but I'm pretty sure this was 2017, November 2017. And you can see I wrote down a project list on the right, and the projects are as follows. The Art of Watching Flowers Bloom. That was a children's book that I was going to illustrate for someone. I actually didn't end up doing a whole lot of work on it. Phase, which was a team project that I was working on, which didn't end up coming into fruition. A visual resume, which I actually ended up doing. Personal development, i.e. vision board, diet and exercise. So I actually made a vision board and diet and exercise. So these were, anytime that I didn't know what the hell I was doing in life, I would look at this project list and say, what on here can I do, right? So number 5 was figure out indie development competitive stance, I think is what that's, comp stance. Indie dev comp stance. Figure out your indie development comp stance. I'm thinking that's competitive. That's just a weird way of wording things. Number 6 was get a job. And then it says, should probably be number 1. Number 7, retro spaceball. Number 8, production, record, or instrument audio. Number 9, what does it say? Should have seen Venus album art. That was a client that backed out the last minute. And then number 10, network relentlessly. Meanwhile, I have a nicely decorated planner that hasn't been used since March. Yeah, no, I like, if you could see this, it's literally permanent marker drawn out with a ruler. And on the 1st of November, alright, so the colors, this was actually what I was looking for, the colors. So green was exercise, pink was applied for jobs, red was creative, yellow was network, and blue was self-promotion. So on the 1st, I exercised and I did creative work on the flower project. And then it says something else that I can't read. On the 2nd, I exercised and worked creatively on a gun for phase. On Friday, the 3rd, I just exercised. On Saturday, on the 4th, I just exercised again. On the 5th, I exercised and applied for a job. On the 6th, I finished the visual board. I exercised. I did creative. It says number 7. So I must have worked on Retro Spaceball. It says Unity Remote Level Design. So that means I got it working on mobile and I did level design. Also, it says an hour and 20 minutes. And there is 5, 6, 7, 8 tallies next to squats. So I don't know what each tally was worth, but I did a lot of squats there. On the 7th, I had 10, 11 squats. Maybe that's just squats. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's 5. Maybe it's just, I don't know. And I worked on Retro Spaceball, mechanics, art, level design for an hour and 20 minutes. At 8, I went to the grocery store, which is important if you have a healthy diet, right? I did 4 of some type of exercise tallies. And I worked on a mech, apparently. I don't know what that means. 9th, I exercised, and it just says fiddle. I fiddled with Retro Spaceball. I don't know what that means. Anyways, you get the point. That was November. I did that for December as well. I did that for January. And then all of a sudden it skips to June because I felt like I needed to do it again. Oh, and this was a different year, I think, too. But it's the same thing. I write projects on the right side. Oh, because I got a job. Yeah, you can see at the end, I finally... Charity Benefit Unlimited interview, 1 p.m. Tuesday. I actually ended up getting that job. Yeah, and then there's July. I don't know why I didn't write the year on these. It would have been better. And then in May 2024, I actually wrote the year on that one. And look at get Retro Spaceball on Steam. Oh, gotta get going. Gotta get going. Have a great rest of your stream. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. There's an ad, but yeah. See you later, Cryptic. Appreciate you being here. Anyways, yeah. But by May 2024, there is like so much stuff. Oh, you know why I started it? Because I left that job. That was when I got fired, and I was so down that I started back up again. I was like, you know what? I'm going back to the calendar. And that's what I did. And the key is still there. Green is exercise, yellow is networking, red is creative, blue is self-promotion, purple was stream, looks like cyan is relax. Orange was meditate. Magenta was maintenance / apply for work. I assume that means like personal maintenance. And then green was research, like dark green was research. So I added more to it, right? Also, I marked down that on the 4th of May in 2024, I released the RSB Beta 1.4.6. And now each color has a tally in front of it, and on the key it says what each tally does. And this like literally got me through depression. And I did that one between, oh, that's 2021, not 2024. I don't know what I'm saying. 2021, June 2021, it started in May. Then July 2021, August 2021, and then January 2022. So obviously I I stepped out for a bit and came back February 2022, and then that was when I kind of stopped. But yeah, that helped me so much. I should do that. That's a good little exercise. I should do that. I only stopped using my planner because I didn't like writing. Yeah, I don't really like writing all that much either, to be honest. Like, I like it, but not when it comes to like stuff like that. I would much rather just mark down colors and have those colors have meaning. And then mark tallies and then have those tallies have meaning. So I literally just drew out a calendar every month using a ruler, and then just made these little squares and colored them in and drew tallies next to them. And on the side I wrote what each project was, so that way if I was not sure what to do, if I, you know, that was my thing, you know, I would get real stoned and sit there and say, what the fuck am I doing? And then as soon as that happened, I would open up my binder and this is what I'm doing. That was the answer to my question. What the fuck am I doing? This is what I'm doing. And then if I didn't feel like doing anything on that list, well, I guess I needed to exercise, right? And then once you exercise, that helps. That is a huge help. Nowadays, I'm pretty good about exercising almost every day. I get on the exercise ball and I do 100 sit-ups every day, pretty much. Not every day, most days. And then if I have time, if things are going like normal, like they should, then I hop on the exercise bike for an hour. I'll do 20 miles on the exercise bike and work up a sweat, take a shower, you know. Yeah, exercise, it feels great too. Yeah, and it helps you. It's like lubrication for doing stuff, right? It's like when you're procrastinating or feeling like you just don't want to do anything, get up and exercise. Get that blood moving. It's so beneficial for me. I can't even tell you. I think between exercising and eating healthy, my life has been saved, basically. That's the way I look at it. Because I was on the path of destruction, and now I'm not. Now I'm on the path of creation, being creative and doing my best and enjoying life. I'm never bored. I relax whenever I feel like it. I meditate as often as I feel like I need to. I should probably meditate more. But whenever I really need to, that's what I do. I don't know. And you know, different things work for different people. So I would say, you know, find what works for you. That's really what's the most important, you know? But yeah, maybe this method will work for you. In fact, I heard about it on either a podcast or a GDC talk, because that's what this game dev did. Every time that they started a new project, they'd get a new 3-ring binder. And then and they said they were so grateful that they did this, because now anytime that they get nostalgic about a project, they can pull out the binder and read the notes, the original notes, see the original concept art, the pen sketches, you know, the lists. Don't throw away your list, keep them, right? Because when you're a game dev, you end up with these to-do lists, and then eventually you like spill something on it and you need to like make a new list, right? And you retire the list and make a new list. Well, save that shit, because I mean, even if no one else gives a shit, you probably will later. That's the way I look at it. But also, I think it would be fun, like, if Retro Spaceball had like a Kickstarter, why not publish that shit in like a PDF, right? Make it like a backer reward. You know, you pay an extra $5 and you get to see all of the notes that went into the game, right? All of the crude drawings, all of the chicken scratch that you can barely comprehend. It's awesome. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful early morning. It is nearly 6 a.m. That's crazy. Crazy. We've been up all night working on this pixel art. It's coming along though. If we turn off the reference layer, you can see that it's almost there. Here's the reference. Yeah, early concepts for it can be valuable. I'll go ahead and eat dinner, Rick, so I'll lurk for a bit. All right, enjoy the lurk. Zawesome says, amazing. Well, thank you, Zawesome. I hope you're having a lovely morning. But yeah, this has been what, 6.5 hours? I've been doing a lot of chatting though. And yeah, there's a lot of like gaps which I need to kind of fill in. I am, thank you, awesome, glad to hear it. I'm very grateful you stopped by. And if you've got things to do this morning, I understand. Oh, that didn't look good. Let's go back. Your pumpkin head is great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, it's awesome. We never finalized the concepts for your commission. If you're still interested, I would love to get on that eventually. This is a pretty big project. This person wants 7 of these and a portal. So, and that's due at the end of the month. So I do kind of have to stick to that. But if you're still interested, I would love to chat more about your awesome character. However, if you're not, I totally understand. We did not. I am still for sure, but I want to have the money before you do it. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I typically need at least half up front. That's just kind of the way that I work. But yeah, I have no problem waiting. And if it's something that you're still interested in, definitely let me know of any new concepts you've come up with or anything like that. I'd be happy to work with your ideas, and I'm excited for it. But yeah, take all the time you need as far as to get the funding together and that kind of stuff. Mr. Biggles has had to go to the vet a couple times. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope Mr. Biggles is okay. 100% understand. Well, thank you. I appreciate your understanding in that. But yeah, did I give you a shout out? It's awesome. Let me give you a shout out. I don't know why that didn't work. Everyone should check out Zawesome Sauce. She plays a lot of League of Legends, but she also plays a lot of other stuff. There was that dinosaur game that was really interesting that she was playing a lot of. She plays Sea of Thieves, sometimes with Indiana Crones and Chef Gonzo. And yeah, and we play Peak sometimes. We'll be playing Peak on Thursday if you want to get involved again, of course. You're always welcome. He's okay. His paw has been swollen. His paws have been swollen. Vet said it was either an infection or genetic issue. Immunocompromised. Oh, well, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds painful, right? Because if you gotta walk on your paws and they're swollen, that just sounds terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that things are better, and I hope that you've gotten the kitty the stuff that they need to feel better. It's terrible news to hear that. What kind of kitty is Mr. Bigglesworth? So we did antibiotics, but that didn't fix it. So the next step is to confirm the genetic thing. Aw, yes, they heard him. We've been babying him, carrying him around. Aw, that's so sad. But thank you so much for taking good care of it. Not everyone would be so kind, and that saddens me. But it sounds like Mr. Biggles has a great home and a great family. He's a Sphinx. Very cool. Now a Sphinx, that's like a hairless cat, right? Those are interesting cats. Yep, very cool. I've never actually been in contact with one, to be honest. I've never actually met a Sphinx. But yeah, that makes sense with the name, right? Because of in the second Austin Powers, or maybe at the end of the first one, I can't remember, Mr. Biggles becomes a Sphinx, right? Because it like lost its hair during the cryo sleep or whatever. I can't remember the story of Austin Powers. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Yup, it's like petting a peach. LOL, that's who his name for you after, yeah. Yeah, that's so cute. Yeah, I've heard stories that they have like very oily skin because they don't have as much fur. And I've heard like someone said they had a leather couch and the cat would just rub up against the couch and it eventually ruined the couch because it was leather and it was absorbing the oils every time. But you know, cats, they destroy couches. It doesn't matter if it's a Sphinx or not. So yeah, you know, and not even a bad thing. That's just their nature. They live to claw up trees and stuff. They're confused about why we don't have trees inside. Like, you know, it was that or Beerus. The kids liked Biggles more. Beerus? I don't know what Beerus is. That's interesting. I've never heard that as a name in my life. But I like Mr. Biggles more too. They have to have baths weekly since they don't have hair to spread their skin oils through. It builds up and will make them itchy. Oh, well, like I said, I'm so glad that Mr. Biggles has a nice family and a nice home to take good care of him, because I know that there are some pet owners that just do not have the patience or the ability to like be as caring as it sounds like you are. So I think that is fantastic. Yeah, I miss having cats, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to have any more unless I end up in a relationship where there's already cats involved, or you know, someone really wants cats or something like that I live with or something like that, then that'd be fine. But me personally, as a single person, like, I don't see myself getting any more pets. I love pets, I love animals, but man, it's so hard to see them go. I am just not prepared to deal with the possibilities. Also, the financial burden is I totally understand what you're going through. That can be rough. I had a lizard for a bit. That was really cool, but again, it died eventually, and it was very sad for me. If I was gonna do pets again, I might do like a fish tank or something, but there's an expense there too. I was kind of thinking it would be cool to do like a giant black millipede, but I feel like that would kind of freak a lot of people out, and I don't want to, like, you know, gross anyone out. Also, I worry that it would stink, or like the food that it eats would stink, or whatever, you know, whatever comes along with that. I don't know. That's like a whole different world from a cat. My mom had a dog. I believe it's still okay, but I'm not in contact so much with the owner anymore. And it did have cancer the last I heard, so, and also the vet said that it wasn't going to live very long, which is sad because it was mouth cancer. But hopefully it's still okay. Hopefully it's, you know, I haven't heard anything from the owner, but I wouldn't put it past the owner to leave that information out also. Our dog passed about a year ago. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get another. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's awesome. And I totally understand. I am in that same boat where it's like watching an animal go is so hard. I had 2 kittens and both of them died from kidney stuff that was probably inherited. They were like farm cats. So yeah, it was just so hard. And I had to pay extra to put them down because it was a Sunday for both of them. They happened at different times, but they were both during the weekend. Just, you know, I had just, you know, paid to adopt them, paid to have their shots, paid to take care of all of their stuff, bought all the litter boxes, had the food, and then within a year both of them had passed, and I was just completely distraught. I still miss them. Spectre and Sango, that was their names. Just my mom's cats kept getting that too. Oh yeah, the kidney stuff. It's unfortunate, you can't do much about it. Yeah, and in my situation, they were kittens, and they completely hid the fact that there was anything wrong until it was too late. In both situations, it was like instant, like, bam. Like, there was the only indication that something was wrong was that the cat didn't come to bed with me that night, because they always slept with me, and then that one, the runt of the litter didn't come to bed, and I thought something was strange, but I needed to wake up and, you know, go to school or whatever. And then I came home from school and the cat was like just laying there. It was so sad. It was so sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Even if you dish out an arm and a leg to get it fixed, it will always come back. Yeah, so my mom's cat, so it had a similar kidney issue, but it didn't progress, but like she had to take this medication every single day and she hated it. This cat just absolutely hated it, you know, would run away from you when you try to do it, and like just. And I had to take care of this cat for a few weeks, and it was really tough on me just to give her the medicine. I couldn't imagine what it was like to be here. Also, she was deaf. She was completely deaf. She wasn't born deaf, but like the ear mites kept coming back or something like that. I don't know. I wasn't around for that. So she had kidney issues. She was deaf. She was skin and bones. We couldn't get her to eat. Anytime that we did get her to eat, her her daughter, who was overweight, would come in and steal the food from her. So we had to like separate them and make sure that like we kept watch on the daughter so it wouldn't steal the food from the mother. It was a weird thing. And then it was so strange because the daughter was like overweight, right? Well, after the mother died, the daughter came down with diabetes and started getting real skinny, which is we didn't see that coming at all. And then so we took him to the vet and was like, this cat just lost 10 pounds, like what's up with that? And they're like, oh, that's probably diabetes. Like, and they did an insulin test, and sure enough, they prescribed insulin, but it was like the smallest amount that they could prescribe. And we did that, took her off dry food completely. She was like addicted to dry food. That was the issue. And dry food is like so bad for cats apparently. So like we just did wet food after that. Did the insulin shot as prescribed until the next time we took her to the vet, and they said she doesn't need the insulin anymore. She'll be fine. And we just kept her on that diet, and sure enough, cat's better. Went back to a normal weight. Had some saggy flesh, but normal weighted cat, and was way happier. Like, cause you know, after her mom died, she was just hang her head in her food bowl and just sit there. So now it's like only feeding time she gets to eat. I have a strict diet of only pate, only fancy feast pate, only the good stuff. Of course, we had a few varieties of flavors to work with, but luckily she likes it, you know? It is the expensive stuff after all. That makes sense, because in the wild, don't really drink water. Food hydrates them. Ah, interesting. I never knew that. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because if you're out hunting in the woods looking for mice and stuff, you're not really always around streams. Oh no, we don't want that color. Yeah, I've always been interested in cats. I remember in like second grade, I started like reading about cats. I would get cat books from the library, and I had like how to draw cats at home. So I was always drawing cats. And then The Lion King came out, and I think that was like 4th or 5th grade. I was obsessed with drawing The Lion King. I actually recently found a drawing that I did of Simba. And it looked pretty good, you know, for being young and stuff. I wanted to work for Disney after that film came out. I'm glad I didn't. I feel like I dodged a bullet there. Because I hear they don't always treat their employees 100% great over there. Like, they get paid well, but they don't get treated great, kind of thing. Also, it's highly competitive. I'm not a terribly competitive person. Dogs and Horses too. Yeah, I had the Dogs and Horses book too. All the how to draw books from the Scholastic book fair, I had those for sure. But I think there was only the 3. They should have had more, because I would have bought them. Like, seriously, what were they thinking? Lion King and 101 Dalmatians were your favorite. See, I was never really a dog person. Like, I did draw the dogs from the dog book, And I did like 101 Dalmatians, but it just didn't speak to me as much. I really did like the animation style though in 101 Dalmatians. It was very like sketchy, like lots of stray lines and stuff like that. It felt like. But I got really into the Aristocats as well. I thought that was a good one. I don't know. Honestly, I liked all the Disney movies. I always thought Little Mermaid was cool. Beauty and the Beast, I was like really impressed with that. I was also really into 3D animation back then, and I remember Beauty and the Beast was like the first Disney film to have 3D animation in it. And for that ballroom scene where they're dancing in the ballroom with the big chandelier and the camera just like goes around them, like I remember like seeing the wireframes of that and like just like blew my mind. Also, I had the Jetsons movie, which was one of the first feature-length films that was a cartoon that had 3D animation, I think, or something like that. It was very early in the 3D modeling stuff. I mean, I know there was stuff from the 70s and stuff, so it can't be. I think it was because it was a cartoon. It was the first cartoon with 3D modeling involved. I don't really know. It broke some records somehow, somewhere. But yeah, it was actually Anaconda that I was like, oh my god, that snake looks so terrible that I could have done this. I bet I could be a 3D animator. If they're gonna hire people that make the snake from Anaconda look like that, then they could hire me. That was my reasoning for wanting to join to become a 3D modeler. Like literally, I thought I could do a better job. Things are really coming along here. Oops. But yeah, luckily I don't have to animate this because that would be like, holy cow. Oops. I wonder if I could just turn down the opacity and kind of figure out what color it's supposed to be, and maybe that'll speed things up. Probably have to come back and do this another time. It is a 7-hour stream at this point, and I still haven't eaten dinner. As crazy as that might sound for those with a normal schedule. I did have a sandwich earlier, and I woke up really late. Oops. Alright, let's zoom out here. Fix some of these bigger holes. All right, things are looking pretty good. I think we're gonna stop here. I should definitely save this. I can't believe I haven't saved it the whole time. Let's go back. Where is missions? There it is. 3 lives, it's extra lives. I wrote the wrong thing. New folder, we'll call this pixel art. And this one, we'll call it StarCraft. Oh, StarCraft is one word. StarCraft. I cannot spell. And I already forget the character's name. Something about Rattler. Ronald Rattler or something. Oh, Jim Raynor. Why won't it let me type? Jim Raynor. Aseprite. There we have it. Alright, so... Whoop. Didn't mean to do that. We're pretty far on this. There's clearly some work that needs to be done. I will have to fix the outline in a lot of situations. Fix some of the gradations of the chunkier colors. And also some of the details to make things look a little bit more cohesive. It'll be easier to do once all of the pixels are down. But yeah, we did get a lot done in the last 7 hours. As much as I feel like I do wish that I would maybe charge more, considering how long this piece is taking. The other ones aren't going to take nearly as long, so that makes me feel a little bit better about it. Also, I can't expect everyone to pay as much as my top paying clients, so there's that. But I'm having fun doing this. We spent a lot of time chatting. Obviously, I cannot, like, if this was hourly, I couldn't say that we spent 7 hours working on it, because there was at least 2 hours of chatting and some breaks and stuff in there. But we had a lot of fun. We talked about a lot of stuff, and this is nearly done, and I'm pretty proud of it. This is pretty cool. So anyways, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks all the lurkers who lurked with me all night long. Very cool. Thanks everyone who dropped in and said hello. Thank you Indiana Crones for the raid. Very much appreciate that. My alerts, channel points. For some reason, I can't get it to just show me the regular stuff. Why is that? Can we turn all of this off and then just turn on raids? There we go. Yeah, so Moxie Cat rated, and Indiana Crones rated. So thank you so much everyone for that. I very much appreciate coming in with the raid. Both Indiana Crones and Moxie Cat are awesome people. Very much appreciate their raids. Anyways, we are going to end the stream here. So let me find someone to raid. It looks like Zawsome is actually streaming, so we might raid Zawsome. Hamgwin is also streaming. Scab, Quelm Nosfe. So we've got a lot of choices here. Sifs is streaming as well. Your Sightings, Dev Spadges. There's a lot of cool people. Chubby Chub Chub. But yeah, I think we're gonna raid Zawsome. I'm not gonna put too much thought into this, and I am probably not gonna hang out too long because I need to get some food in me. But it was very kind of Zawsome to drop in and chat. So let's give her a raid. Alright, we got the raid started. We'll get the raid message. And if you're still awake, the top one is for subs, the bottom one is not is for non-subs. And everyone be kind and courteous to Zawsome as we raid. And I'll be doing this tomorrow, probably at some point maybe. And then we're going to be doing Peak and No Man's Sky. So I'll either get to this before or possibly after Indiana Crones goes to bed, because my sleep schedule is clearly messed up. I'll probably sleep pretty late and not have a whole bunch of time before 9:30 to stream, but you never know. You never know. Anyways, we're rating Zawsome. Thanks again, everyone. I appreciate it. We did get a whole bunch done on this piece. It is slowly but surely coming along, and I hope the client appreciates it. Anyways, see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
We immediately died.
Breeder clone raided with 7 views.